Yeah, I don't know. I have no interest. I'm good. Maybe there's a commonality. Maybe there's commonality between Scam Call Center trolling and Dwarf Fortress streaming. I kind of doubt it. I think YouTube just recommends things. Rolf, thanks for being the first person to gift a sub this week. Appreciate you. And then it gets real boring? I don't know. I would say I had fun with it for about 350 hours, so I certainly got my money's worth. I never bought any skins. I think a lot of the things that people find interesting about that game, I don't. And a lot of the things that I find interesting about that game, basically nobody thought of as interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. All right. Well, that was a long ramble. That's all I have to say. Let's dive in, shall we? To some Dwarf. YouTube chat, don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you haven't yet. Likes make the YouTube machine go burr, and the YouTube machine doesn't like me this summer very much. So do go leave a like. Help us out. Make that number go up. Make the view count go up. And if you haven't watched the video I uploaded this morning, do the same on that thing. And also leave it a comment if you so desire. Twitch chat. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. You can say hi YouTube if you like. Curious if... Zachris, thanks for the 5 pennies.
Good luck at the start of the week.
Appreciate you. It's almost a hype train, speaking of trains. But thank you very much for the $5. Means a lot, mate. For those of you who are unaware, or who maybe missed it, we are returning to the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history, which is something that I refer to it as, regardless of if it is or isn't. It's the map where Godly Tombs took place. This is the same world, and I've dubbed the name of this fortress as Strangetomb. We've spent 3 years here so far, and the game has changed pretty dramatically since Godly Tombs, which is my most viewed video on YouTube, called I Played the Worst Map in Dwarf Fortress History. I am aiming this to be a sequel. In fact, I've done a little bit of work on it over the weekend. Because it's been a year, and the game's changed pretty dramatically. One of the bigger changes is that how do I put it? One of the bigger changes is that underground creatures are no longer a going concern. The underground cavern invaders, which means becoming stable once the dwarves get underground is much more feasible. If you are confused in the Twitch chat about what I'm talking about, type an !goal and it will give you a brief overview. Narvicious, thanks for the 50th month. That's greatly appreciated. Chat, that's a hype train. Needs 5 gifted subs or $25 in bits to level up. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Hey, Zortis. It's been a while. Yeah, it has been a minute. Hope you've been doing well. Anonymous, thanks for the 5-pack. And Mass Morass as well. Thank you very much for gifting a subscription to Tobes. Now it's moving up towards level 3. Needs 6 more, $26 in subscriptions to level up. Thank you. You can't decide if you want to get Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld. You never played a Colony sim before. Remember, Dre and YouTube chat, they're very, very, very different games. RimWorld is a strategy-focused, like, tower defense game with some personality management. Dwarf Fortress is an obtuse fantasy world simulator, which is much bigger in the scale. So it depends on what interests you more, really. Although I will say the cost to entry for Dwarf Fortress is significantly lower. But let's dive in and run through all the dwarves that are named in the fort, do a brief fortress tour, see what we can figure out for planning. I think one of the priorities today should be to seal off the caverns, because I don't really have a easy means of defending the fort at the moment from forgotten beasts. I also completely forgot I was working on this. Last week was a foggy week for me. Metal Fuse, thank you very much for the gift. And Suited Giraffe, thanks for gifting a sub to whatever that is. Appreciate you. I like how the Twitch notifications here didn't even tell me what the username was. It's just like, characters I can't read. I don't think that RimWorld isn't not liked here, Sage Bitey. I think that I give off the vibe of making people think I don't like it. I think it's a fine game. I just burnt out on it really hard. That's a me problem, not the game problem. I don't like its business model, but that's subjective. I don't think there's anything wrong with RimWorld. I think RimWorld is a fine game. I just don't agree with its business model. That's all. I think that needlessly putting down something for the sake of putting down something is a bit pointless. All right. Zortus, thank you very much for the 5-pack. I'm leveling up that hype train. Means a lot, mate. Thanks a ton. So, this is the surface of the map. There's a bunch of dead things here, and there's this. This is Bumwreck. Bumwreck is an abominable smoke zombie. These abominable smoke zombies happen when a dwarf stays on the surface too long. The surface kills you. When they become a smoke zombie, they will murder everything that has oxygen in its lungs, including each other. And it basically turns them into an insane, unfeeling, unaging, unneeding to eat or drink brawler that murders everything it sees. Hey, Clockwork. You spent all last week dying from strep. Oh god, I've had strep a couple times. It's the worst. Feel you there. So if I go here and I go to the overworld, you can see that we do have some things on the surface that are opposed to life, as well as some things in cages. The things in cages, I'm hoping to weaponize, and the things that are listed as wild animals haven't been touched by the evil goo that turns you into the opposed to life nightmare monsters. We also have a Magma Man, which is interesting. Outside of that, this fortress has been very painful when it comes to trying to maintain a functional dwarven society, because getting dwarves into the fort is very difficult. In order to get into the fort, we have several entries now. We have one over here, which is almost ready to go. We have one over here, which is ready. We have one over here, right here, which can also let dwarves in. And lastly, we have one over here, which can theoretically let dwarves in, but if you look here, the yellow text up there in the top right that says, a pool of abominable smoke. If a dwarf stands on any of these tiles with a pool of abominable smoke in it, they become one of those zombies. Which means it's very difficult to actually survive. We also have one down here in the bottom. Now, as you can tell, based on the piles of skeletons, like this reindeer abominable mangled smoke skeleton, it's obviously very difficult to actually make it into the fort in one piece, which is the difficulty for this map, is getting things into the fort in one piece. But once they're in the fort, you're relatively safe. However, the other sidebar to this fort is it doesn't have any metal. Because it doesn't have any metal, I can't really make weapons. So the dwarves are basically operating on a shoestring budget. The few weapons I do have, or I'm going to have, I guess, have all been created using lava down here. Or are going to be created using lava down here. I'm trying to make steel, because if I go here and I type in bars, we do have 68 iron, and I have 4 steel and several pig iron. The reason I don't have more pig iron... The reason I don't have more steel or pig iron is because, like I said, there's no metals on the map. We brought that ore with us. So I made that ore with stuff that we brought in the wagon, which I was able to get into the fortress when we started. Also, there's a hype train running. It needs 5 more subscriptions or $25 in bits to level up. Thank you very much, Necron Tier, for the 3rd month and helping push that train forward a little bit. Means a lot, mate. Next thing. The named dwarves in the fort are Crabapple, Insulina, Snail, Hylam, Founder, the starting expedition leader, Killed with Style, Lightning Roger, Zacher, Stormwolf, The Runner, Entropy, who's not happy at all, very upset even, Clockwork, thanks for gifting us up, Agamemnon, Lobster, I think it's Lucifer Love Story. Yes, Lucifer Love Story. Romanoid and Bubmer is everybody. It's a terrible, no good, very bad day. The Fortress. Hype Train needs 4 subscriptions or $20 in bits to level up. Who's the happiest dwarf here? That's a good question. Deduk, the Papermaker, followed by Insulina. Lucifer Love Story is also up there. We got a couple happy dwarves. Admittedly, like, the moods are pretty good. We're definitely weighted on the happy side. Like, the really upset dwarves are pretty few. Everybody does have a bed. Punch elves would like to be a corkscrew. Okay, well, I'm gonna respectfully say no. And the reason I'm gonna respectfully say no is because I'm about to deconstruct both of them, so you'll get your corkscrew unnamed. Could you pick another household object? Please? Like a lever, maybe? Or like a table? Or something? I can't give you a mug. Mugs aren't nameable. I can only give you a constructible object. I'll give you a dwarf, okay? I will give you the least happy Servesh here. Because that's you're making this unnecessarily difficult, so I will default. He easily changes his mind and will generally go with the prevailing view on anything. He is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, checks out, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. Let me check something real quick. With little determination and confidence. He is often nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore.
X500 missed the train, but crypt beer.
Foul G, thank you very much. It's good to see you as well, by the way. Pilot guy, how things? Missed you, Foul. Hope you've been good. Tiny Hippo as well. Thanks for 10 months. Thanks for the hype train with 18 subscriptions and 500 bits. $5 in bits. He is often nervous. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And likes Gabbro, Billin, and Red Diamond and Date Palm Wood, as well as black-crested gibbon leather, creeping eye tooth, alpaca wool, and the color crimson. Battle axes, hatch covers, and the sight of the cardinal blossom. And when possible, prefers to consume sorghum beer and absolutely hates fire snakes. Might be sitting in a hotel for another week, but hey, getting paid. Getting paid to sit in a hotel. Are you at least sitting in a hotel somewhere interesting? Also, Foul G, it's been so long. You get a dwarf. Just going to give you an honorary dwarf here. He exhibits a refined politeness in his... and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum as if life itself depended on it. He very often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He is slow to trust others and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this, and he occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He has a greedy streak and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He can handle stress and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. Dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't care if others take the time to He personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. He likes lignite and aluminum and golden beryl, as well as apricot wood and giant oriole leather. Drothla tooth, or oriole tooth, Drothla bone, and desert tortoise shell, short swords, large gems, and totems. Wild boar men for their ferocious charges, and the sound of the talp suitor, when possible, prefers to consume billow, blackberry wine, and naff seed oil. And absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. And Zordis wants you to post beers. Oh shit, I'm seeing the notifications in chat again. That's nice. They have memories that you can look into to see some major events. Yes, this is correct. What's the question that you're answering? Genuine question, how does one keep track of their dwarves? Name the ones you care about. Pick one to arbitrarily care about and name them. And then keep track of this menu and this menu. I mean, I always go with the main character kind of ideal. Every fortress is going to have main characters. And main characters are the dwarves that you name. Like, as a reminder, The Lord of the Rings has main characters. We all know those main characters. However, there are many other characters in Lord of the Rings. But that doesn't make them any less important. They're just not the people that are at the forefront of all of the storytelling. And that is something that you need to remember, I guess, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. El Paso is more interesting than South Louisiana, so... Okay, well, that's not too bad, then. Worse of a map than last time? This is still the same map as last time, so... Well, slightly north. And thanks for the bits, Dexter. All right, I should shout about combos. I don't know, but I don't really know how to feel whenever they start because I don't really know how to track them. They're very unclear on my end. Maybe they're clearer if like people participate a lot, but I don't know. I'm trying to like prioritize my work here because I need to. I think I may just actually seal this. And just hope that there's nobody outside. Because this is all sealed off. This is sealed off. This is not. So I think this may be the priority here. Is sealing this off over here. And then just getting like ramps built. And then for up here, I think I'm just going to... Ooh. This is a little tricky, actually. But I should be able to do this pretty clear. Yeah, that should be easy. Easy enough. Thanks for the 5 bits, Dexter. Organically with time, yay, the legendary weaponsmith, no interesting in mastering a skill, just wants to raise a family and is naturally fun to follow. Totally. Or like, you know, the dwarf with the dad with 15 kids and no spouse that shows up. It's like, what happened to you? At least they'll never be upset about not being able to spend time with family, but what happened to you? This dwarf wants martial training. He respects power, is put off by family, doesn't see the point in working hard. You brave? He's prone to strong feelings of jealousy. He's extremely confident in himself. He's a little tight with resources. Yeah, you know, honestly, this dwarf should join the military. But yeah, if anybody is confused about a portion of this fort or needs additional additions to the tour, let me know. We are already digging too deeply, sort of, because this map is very shallow. My plan and or goal for this fort is to basically make it into the underworld and then invade it using zombies and then release the remaining demons just onto the surface and say, fuck it. fuck the surface. We're populating your home. You can have that home. We're taking this. That is what I would like to do with this map. I don't know if that's going to be attainable, but we will try. We will try. And one of the things that I'm doing in order to do that is I'm filling this up with lava so that I can then fill it up with water. And I'm doing this specifically so that these gear assemblies are going to be covered with obsidian, so that I can have completely blocked off gear assemblies that are, how do I put this? So that I can have completely blocked off gear assemblies that can power some rails so that I can do some shenanigans. The biggest dark fortress population? Isn't there a cap? I think the cap is 10,000, is it not? Like, you may be able to make that higher, but I think that's the cap. I'm pretty sure that's a cap. Like that is the maximum that you can make it. Oh, I see what I'm doing here. This is the pump that I'm going to place. So yes, you are going to pump lava from here, or water from here, over to here, which is then going to pump water from here over to here. Got it, okay. I'm like trying to, I kind of ended at like a suboptimal time the last time I streamed this for it, so, oops. Just want to select all the materials here. Necromancers are bugged? How so? What? Okay, I have a bigger question. What isn't bugged in the current versions? So it really seems like a lot of things are bugged. Is a world gen setting from -1 to 10k? Sure, but what's the default? You're not bugged, allegedly? We'll keep that in mind. Bruh. Killed with style was found dead, contorted with fear. I have a ghost I need to deal with? Well, that's not good. What's up, Kid Fox? By the way. Huh. It's either 10 or 15. Yeah, I think 10 is the highest I've seen. At least that I recall off the top of my head. I mean, it's not a link. Twitch just suspects anything that's, anything that has a dot something is a link, like stupid dot thing, as an example. That was a demon. I'm just memorializing everything. I'm also going to go up to here. I'm going to make slab. We'll just make 5. And rock coffin. Make 2. Because I actually have a dwarf that needs a coffin now. This is a sequel to my most viewed video. I've returned to an old map due to bugs in the current versions. I would, like, we've been over this before, but don't worry about it so much, yeah? But yeah, that's kind of crazy. Question is who did it? Oh, there it is. Irvad. Probably. Did you do that? Oh, you did. We found our culprit. Well, that's it. Doesn't feel anything after experiencing trauma. Well, I mean, there's your skeleton. Grim tidings, this. Exclamation point goal has a link to the map. Or the video of the map that explains it. The bugs are the features? Sure, certainly. Certainly. In some cases. In others, eh. I'm planning to put a infinite stone stockpile over here, so I'm just gonna chuck these down here. And then the other thing I'm going to do is... Yeah, let's just focus on sealing this off. Not sandstone. Let's do all this out of shale. This out of shale. This out of shale. And this shale make us a little bit safer. That you'll have a patch soon coming with a bunch of fixes? Well, that's good. How soon is soon? Yeah, that's certainly something that's been nice as of late. Clockwork. Soon like imminent or soon like, Tuesday. Next week. Because soon is a pretty wide margin for error. I would say, because in YouTube chat, Sis Nico says, is this a worse map than last time? In some ways, it's not as bad because the cavern invaders are not a thing anymore. But that'll let us get further. Because we left cavern invaders on in full force last time, so we don't have those this time. You've discovered a volcanic wall studded with gems. How? Oh. Right. Well, that's exciting. Although I do still need to be super cautious about Forgotten Beasts. Let's just let this get done, and then I'll unforbid the other one. You're hoping this week. Good to know. I'm hoping soon this week. Please before Friday, because I won't be home Friday. I go to a wedding this weekend. How many bugs are in the current version of DF? I think that there's like millions of termites on every map. Hundreds of thousands of bees. Those are bugs, right? That we're coming soon in 2020. Oh man, yeah, development hell's something in it. It's not hard to mod that, Bruce, if that's something that actually bugs you. Like, that's a very easy thing to mod into the game. YouTube chat, once again, is talking about butchering sentient creatures, so... It's like, I will say the same thing I always do if you actually want to do that. It's very easy. Like, maybe the... easy enough that I could mod it into the game, and oh my god, they're right where they need to be. Okay, so some migrants have arrived. Chat, can I get a round of beer for good luck for the migrants? If they walk as far south as this, they're dead. Just gonna leave the game paused. I'm gonna go open this. I'm going to open this. And I'm going to hope for the best. Someone has to have already pulled the lever, or it hasn't been queued up yet. It's been pulled. Come on, Dwarf. Let me just double check. Double check. Yes. They should be able to get in. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although I am going to lock this. I want them going this way. There's less risk in case something evil gets in. This may be the most successful migrant wave I've ever had on this map. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. That's where we want things. No pets? Good. It's like getting a Rube Goldberg machine to work. Yeah, it's like unlock this door, pull this lever, do that. It actually wasn't that big of a wave. We were at 55 dwarves for a minute and then immediately went back down to 30 something. But I will take it. Considering they're not even like in the fortress. You're a talented gem cutter. Got a novice record keeper. What about you? You want to master a skill, it seems like. It's fearful in the face of danger, though. But you would like training, so I think I'll throw you into the military. Also a bunch of peasants, but that's okay. You're married? Ooh, and your spouse made it in too. That's good. All that's good. Although their older brother actually died here in a previous migrant wave. Attis, it looks like. So this... Oh, sorry, older sister, not older brother. How about you? Do you have any... Well, I mean, obviously your aunt. You have an object of worship? Hold on. One moment. That is OSPGUR. Hold on, I'm just going to type this into Twitch chat so I can see it. OSPGUERA OZAODLUG. What the hell is that? OSPGUERA. The Roar of Actions is a bronze colossus. It's the only one of its kind. It's associated with war, strength, and metal, so that's cool. Necron AVT, thank you very much for the Prime sub for a second month. Welcome back. We had a strange mood in this fort so far. Kitty phone. That's cool. Which means they could be worshipping a living god. For strange moods, we had... Yeah, we had Moistness Flyers, which is a bed. We had a statue, and then Sly Sense, which I think is a mask. Yeah, it's a veil, which is my manager's wearing it, but because it's bulky, it doesn't have a image. You always force military peasants into military as fast as you can? Peasants just don't have any base skills. I mean, they still have the same moods. I sometimes do that too, just to give them something. But it really depends on, like, their personality. This dwarf is brave. How about your wife? Dreams of mastering a skill. She values parties. She likes a little excitement. I think, yeah, those two would work. Yuzol and Kumil. What Kogan? Although I don't have any weapons for them, so like they're not actually going to be doing military things for quite some time. Altruistic, fact-oriented, creative. Doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Oh, that's good. We don't get much of that here. Likes a little excitement now and then. High kinetic stat. Yeah, this dwarf would probably be fine too. Kogan. Oh, I just realized I've locked all these dwarves in because there's a meeting zone over here. So I'm kind of being mean. Wouldn't that be funny if they just like died of starvation? It's like, get a whole bunch of dwarves into the fort successfully and they all die of unrelated reasons. The other thing I need to do is expand this. Welcome back, Islaya. We discovered that some of our dwarves worship a bronze colossus. Well, one of them does, I guess. There's also this object of worship. Hold on, let me type that down. Nethu Ismigaguv. I'll get to that in a sec. Celesty. Yushirir, the fish dissector, has been taken by a Feymut. I just want to know what this creature is. I also need to place... Nethuismi. The Rangboard the Impervious. Another bronze colossus. Well, that's cool. Macros are related to, like, if you're talking about, like, macro keying, it's just Control R and then hitting hotkeys on the keyboard. Mouse clicks are not macro keyable. I haven't made any videos on it because, like, it's one of those features that's kind of grandfathered into the game and not really usable for a lot of the menus, so I don't see a video or a reason to make macros into a video. If you want macros, more or less, the wiki is going to be your best bet. But you have to enable keyboard functionality if you want to use them at all, which is not something I do, so... But yeah, I don't have any videos on macros because I don't use them, so... Celesty would like a lady gem cutter. I actually have two, although one of them's already named. The other one just came in. Celesty is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and is very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. Is not inherently proud of her feelings and accomplishments, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and she has a sense of duty. She often feels cheerful, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she is a friendly individual. She isn't particularly curious about the world and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation. She has little interest in joking around, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she often feels lustful. When she's annoyed, she starts to talk slowly. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds leisure time wasteful, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. Dreams of mastering a skill. She likes sterling silver and red glossier, as well as crystal glass and scepters, and pigs for their sense of smell. Chipmunks for their stripes, and when possible prefers to consume magpie, bat ray, and apple cider, and absolutely hates leeches. She has no friends, but she worships Yushdish. What's Yushdish? The god of lakes, fish, and fishing. Well, that's upsetting. Why? Can't we just, like, worship the god of inspiration or silence instead? Wealth and marriage, mountains, jewels, minerals, death. Death and peace. Oh, that's an interesting one. Fortresses, metals, strength, war. I guess this Bronze Colossus has a couple worshippers. Same with this one. One worshipper on this one. 3 on the other one. I suppose. All right, I need to check bedroom count, actually. Meaning, I need more bedrooms. So how many bedrooms I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, basically. Well, we can do this. It's kind of what I was thinking. As expansions to this. Is just expand these. And they'll get doors and whatnot. I mean... Do women want men standing next to bleeding fish carcasses? I don't know. See a lot of sarcastic comments about that on the internet. I usually take that to mean that he needs a new hobby. Or more than one hobby, maybe. And then we can also expand this one. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there'll be plenty. Sweet. Now let's go to that strange mood and see what they go for. This is one of those very recent dwarves, I think. Yeah, literally just arrived with his wife Diegal. Is a member of the denomination of clams. That's one of those fish gods. Very clammy religion. Oh, and you've already claimed something, too. What? Oh, a craft store shop. I see. But we're in an ad break, so I will pause. You had a mayor in your recent fort turn out to be a vampire. I find that they're always my first suspect when there's a vampire. Hello, Bismuth. We got 2 Bismuths in the Twitch chat now. Trying to catch up a little bit here. Bobtron, it's good to see you. Assuming you're not in an ad. Clearly raw fish and beer. I mean, I've got nothing against fish. The problem that I have is fishing. It's like way too... Like if fishing required a similar number of dwarves to get a similar output as like farming, or if it was very seasonal, I think I'd like it a lot more. I don't like the fact that fish is very... Like you either get nothing or you get so much fish that 1 dwarf can feed your whole fort. And I kind of wish there was a bit more of a middle ground there, you know? Especially, like, the worst thing ever is when it's all mussels, because it's like, oh my god, there's 1 trillion mussels on the ground at all times. And did he admit to it while reporting the crime? Like, did he report himself for the crime? Because that's particularly funny. I've seen them report crimes, but, like, not say that it was them. Just saying that they were a witness. The boat was stuck in Milwaukee Lake in front of, removed a couple months ago. It cost $20,000 to remove it, and the city auctioned it off to try to cover the cost, and it sold for $2,500, and someone else bought, and was bought by the owner of the towing company that removed it. Well, that sucks, but also is kind of funny. At least somebody bought it. Maybe just do a GoFundMe and make like a very well-edited video of the boat and like say, hey, please help us recover this boat. That seems like a GoFundMe asking to happen. I am amazed that the population went up, though. Holy shit. I was not expecting that. And also, folks on the YouTube side, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. And thanks everybody who's tuning in on Twitch. And helping this old, washed-up, irrelevant streamer maintain some sort of relevancy. I don't know where I was going with this, but it feels difficult these days, not gonna lie. Works furiously. Grab 2 pieces of rock. Well, it won't be that interesting, I can say that. Any bets on what old Yushir the fish dissector here makes? Let's see if I can get some coffins built, though. So that's what I got to do next. After I get some slabs made. Doink. Doop. Uh-oh. You got my... I'm trying to not be as grumpy as I have been, but, you know, we'll have our moments. Gonna smash 2 rocks together and see what happens. Yeah, you know, story from one of the only D&D sessions I was ever present for. It's like one of like 5. One of the people in the session rolled a 20, and while banging 2 rocks together, because he had almost 0 intelligence, so he couldn't even speak. So he would like smash rocks together to communicate. And he smashed 2 rocks together so hard that it created basically a grenade. It's a good time. He had like, as he put all of his stats into wisdom, was a wizard and had no intelligence whatsoever. It's a funny character. Forgotten Beast, Anan Angozoracathram, sure, has come. A towering noseless mouse. That does sound like something that you'd see in like a horror film. Anyway, it has 3 long spiral horns and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow violet. Its pine green hair is short and even. Beware its poisonous sting. Now, oh man, that's a good name. The Terrible Curse. It's killed 1 giant Olm here. Its rear leg is bruised. I guess the Olm bit it or something. Now, hold on. Let's see. I don't think it has a way in through here. So we should be in the clear. But just to make sure, I'm going to unforbid this, get that done. And, whoops. Don't worry, that thing's dead. And I'm going to go up to here. We're going to finish sealing off this. Got a little bit more to do, but we're getting there. Little bit more to do. But like I said, we're getting there. Can place 1 right here. 1 right here. 1 right here. Can't do that just yet. Got a piece of floor right there. It won't be a door. I mean, did I get an artifact door on the last fort? I think I did. I'm recalling an artifact door, but yeah, no, definitely wasn't this fort. Well, cheers, Antonio. It's really, you know, Antonio in YouTube chat just says you've been doing wonders for this amazing game. It's really interesting to read stuff like that because from my perspective, it feels like I've been going backwards for the last 3 months, maybe 6 months even. It's really hard to explain, like, I guess the difference between audience perception and creator perception. Because from my perspective, it really does feel like things have been trending in a negative direction, and I'm starting to feel like I need to be scrambling to fix it. But, you know, that's... a lot of factors are outside of my control, so... lots of things other than trolls have been able to break doors for years. They're just often very rare. Like, cave dragons can break doors, as an example. Some Forgotten Beasts can break doors, as an example. Although usually they're more interested in other things on the map than breaking doors. As an example, if a Forgotten Beast wants to... is on the map that can break a door, they're more likely to kill every single Crundle first. So they're going to go kill every single Crundle before they break the door. Locked doors are more of an asterisk question mark thing. But I've definitely had, like, creatures that are not trolls rip doors off of hinges. The Dwarf Fortress YouTube space ain't big enough? Well, let me tell you this, 14 Pat. The Dwarf Fortress YouTube space ain't big enough, sure. But an average YouTube stream pays about $10 to me. An average Twitch stream pays my mortgage. So the YouTube streams are advertising for the Twitch streams, genuinely. And ever since the last RimWorld DLC came out, basically all of my YouTube videos fell out of the algorithm like a rock. So it has been like revenue on YouTube cut in half in a month with nothing I can do. So at the end of the day, it's like, I feel like I'm pushing uphill right now because of the state of these types of games currently and what people are watching. YouTube covers my grocery bills, my internet bill, a lot of my living costs, but it doesn't pay all of the bills. Twitch pays everything and gives me stability, basically. So, you know, it is what it is. I mean, you don't need to be sorry. I chose this place, Tactful Rogue. If people watch videos, it also suggests the streams to them. This is true. All right, so this dwarf has created a shale bracelet. Yushrir creates a shale bracelet and offers it to the strangled weasel. Let's see how you feel after making this bracelet. Oopsies. I lost my spot. I shall name you Wing Points. That was very satisfying. What a happy dwarf. Wing Points. This is a shale bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round shale cabochons. And it is encircled with bands of round shale cabochons. And menaces with spikes of shale. So, do you have any skills? I'd really like to give it to this dwarf. There you are. Stonecrafter. I mean, you are a legendary stonecrafter. Competent poet and stringed instrumentalist and dancer. It's a competent speaker. Why don't I make you into my new bookkeeper? And then give it to him. Because I need a new one. And then he gets to put on his truly splendid item. And then down here, this one was the bookkeeper's office, and you and your wife can share it. Particularly heavy and uncomfortable on Dwarven? I mean, it's just a rock bracelet, basically. All right, let's go down here and get some flooring done. Oops. Just going to try and keep colors a little bit consistent here. And then let's also go back up to over here. I think this is locked up now. Because all the way along the top here, and all the way along here, all the way down to here, this area as well, this area as well, and this. We are sealed up for the most part, I think. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this has been a common point of discussion recently, but which I don't know if it's necessarily healthy, but as a creator, Dwarf Fortress is a game that's just had a lot of potential for a really long time, and I'm glad that some of you see it. Because I'm just here doing my thing and hoping that people remember me when they get tired of whatever thing distracts them or interests them. It's a better word to use than distract. That whenever something else holds their interest for a while, I hope that they remember me when they regain interest in this thing. Because I like this thing. And I hope that people keep watching. Irvad. This needs to be memorialized so I can get that dwarf dealt with. I also need to go back up to here and finish up these tombs. Because Killed with Style needs a tomb. The YouTube to Twitch pipeline works? Oh, it certainly does. It certainly does. But, like, also, Ryder, and it's good to see you. I think, like I was talking with somebody via email, actually, which is weird to say in the current year. Who's been somebody in the industry almost as long as I have. If I were to say I regret anything about my trajectory in creating stuff on the internet, it's that I've always managed to find a niche where I'm kind of alone. Even within my niche, like, I feel like it's just me. And I think that that, in any industry, is going to be difficult because I am my biggest competition in a lot of cases. And that makes any kind of uphill growth slow and difficult because I'm pushing the limits of the directory that I tend to occupy. And it would be nice if there was people that I could cross-promote with easier and more efficiently. So this is kind of wild. This is the first body I actually have in this fortress that I can actually memorialize. But I can't say I've given a cat a tomb intentionally ever, Bismuth. But also, I don't like cats as much as a lot of people do. I don't dislike cats, but I don't have the same level of attachment for them. I'm not as much of a cat person as I think a lot of people are. All right. Let's get these done, and hopefully that ghost can go away. Well, thank you, Delkin. Thank you. And then there's John in the YouTube chat. I subscribed for the long vids when you narrated the history of a single fortress. Yep. But later, interest was gone. I don't even play Dwarf Fortress, never did, and only opened this stream to have something in the background. Yep. Yeah, you need new people coming in as quickly as people leave, because people leave. You know, nobody likes to talk about that in any industry, but that's absolutely the case. Is people lose interest and go watch other things. My only real hope is that you decide to come back at some point. Which, probably means that either in a decade I will be some sort of grifter guru or I will retire and, I don't know, go work in food service again. We'll see. But till then, I will stick with it as long as I can. Coming and going since 2020-ish? Well, it's good to know. Just wait for big game updates? It's funny that you say that. Antonio. So Antonio in YouTube chat says, just wait for the big game updates. By the Myth and Magic comes in, I'll bet that you have some competition. Okay, so Dwarf Fortress is patching really frequently, right? I don't think we're going to get an update called the Siege Update. I think what we'll get is in about 3 months, we will get an update called, like, or sometime in the next couple months, we'll get something related to invader changes. We'll probably get something related to, like, catapult changes or ballista changes. I don't think we're going to get an update called the Siege Update because they've done away with the arcs so much. I'm starting to wonder if Dwarf Fortress is going to, I guess, get big, air quotes, updates in the sense. I mean, they might try and market the, I guess, completion of a series of updates as a big update. But I don't know if that's gonna happen very often. We'll see. I mean, maybe. Yeah, but I don't know if you'll be able... Well, I don't know. I've been too much of a naysayer about my own game, the game that I like too much, so I need to stop doing that. The thing that Dwarf Fortress used to have on Zipped Water was Dwarf Fortress used to have a bunch of writers who wrote for traditional games media who really liked Dwarf Fortress. And when Dwarf Fortress would do something silly, you'd get an article or two in PC Gamer. You'd get one in, like, Rock, Paper, Shotgun. You'd get an article or two on Kotaku. You'd get an article on all these other websites. Or Polygon. And one by one, those websites are ceasing to exist. Why are you asking me that question? I don't know. Vakrak? What? I have no idea. I don't think Kitfox even knows. Go to the future of the fortress and ask? Sure, you could do that. You first learned about Dwarf Fortress from a blog article in one of your regional forums, describing a long person where a person made a huge pixel art with tiles. Yep, that sounds like Dwarf Fortress. I'm trying to think about which one it was. Seventh, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's corporate stupidity and, like, YouTube. This is what killed games media, largely. And, like, I would also say media illiteracy hasn't helped. There's a lot of media illiteracy in the current world. Up on the surface, we have a whole herd of zombie reindeer, which are in eternal combat. It was a comment, you like complex games, try that one in terms to put you off, but probably put you to stay. Oh, that's funny. It's funny how negative reinforcement can help some people. Well, I mean, I found out about this game from a friend who said, oh, you just finished ADOM? Because I just finished ADOM by cheating. If you're not familiar, it's an old school roguelike. And I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, I was save scumming, but wanted to see the ending. And he goes, well, if you've seen the end of that, you should try and see the end of Dwarf Fortress, was his wording. I was like, what's that? It's like 2009. It did take me a long time to actually get into the game, but I did eventually. It's certainly an interesting trajectory that it put me on. One could say I still haven't finished it. Dwarf Fortress will always be your favorite game? You know, it's funny because, like, I agree, but I think Tetris is still my favorite game. Dwarf Fortress is definitely the game I've put the most time into. Right, so I should be able to go dump water down below now. Okay, so let's just do rock coffers and rock cabinets. I'm just going to do 50 of each. And we'll do 50 of each. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a... Oops. A wooden minecart. And I'm going to make a stone stockpile. Just a small one. But I'm going to try and move rocks to here, I think. Oops, that's walls. I can fix this. Let's just run over that. Floors. I don't understand the... You know, there was a time where I was saying that I think that Dwarf Fortress appeals to Stardew Valley players more than RimWorld players. This was like a discussion that I had with a lot of people before Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam, where I was like, they shouldn't be marketing this game to RimWorld players. They should be marketing it to Stardew Valley players because of how much more contortable and role-playable this game is. And I got laughed from here to hell and back for saying that. Like, quite a few OG players are like, nah, that's not true. I don't agree with that. And I'm like, oh, that's what I think. Glad that there's one. All right, let's do that. Actually, also, maybe obsidian. Where does obsidian hide? Oh, it's another stone. Okay, that's fine. And I will go up here. And I will go here. We'll add a route. Get rid of these. We're going to call this rocks. We're going to take from here. And it's going to load rocks. Zero interest. The developer is a psychopath. Right, Ern? Your coworker saw those rooms over your shoulder and asked if blind was okay. Like, yeah, he's doing square rooms. I think it's... I mean, this whole fort is more, like, symmetrical than I normally do, but I don't know. I was going to kind of curve it and connect it to that one up there, but we'll see. Although I'll be honest, the population is higher already than I thought it was going to get to, so there is that. Got coffers, cabinets, and boulders getting made. I think the moment that you learned to love Dwarf Fortress was when a werehamster killed your fort. That reminds me of when Premium released and my first fortress in Premium fell to giant chinchillas. Good times. I don't know. I think I learned to love Dwarf Fortress when I couldn't think about anything else anymore. Like, you know that feeling when you realized that you are falling in love with a game when you can't think about other games anymore? I don't know how often that happens to other people, but for me, at the very least, I often have this situation where like I just spontaneously forget that other games exist. And that happened to me with Dwarf Fortress, where I was just like, I can't think about other games anymore. This is the only game that I can think about. Theories, optimizing, running stuff through my head of how mechanics work. And it's stuck. All you can think of was what you needed to do next. Yeah, same vibe. I don't know. I'm not a Factorial player, so I couldn't tell you. YouTube chat. That's what happened to you with Oxygen not included, and then you found Dwarf Fortress, hence why you're here. Seeing if you want to buy it. I mean, it's a very good investment for your money. The difficulty with learning Dwarf Fortress is just simply learning how the game communicates information to the player. Once you get past that, it's all downhill. But that is a pretty hefty initial jump, I guess. Right, I was going to repurpose this into making a lava pump stack for foraging, but one thing at a time. Let's get some water into here. Although an ad is about to run, chat, over here on Twitch. And I need to use the washroom. So, I'm thinking... I'm going to pause this, actually, because I want a grate. Let's make a rock grate. And make them out of dolomite. And let's just do 6. I'm going to go use the washroom. And I will be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere too fast, chat. All right. I also just realized that part of my shirt is a little fucky. Quick pace game, 9 at night and staying up all night until till the day, and then yeah, no, that absolutely happens. Weirdly, a lot of playing this game is metacognition is like, I know what the game will do, so here's how I will. Yeah, a lot of playing this game is like anticipating what the game, how dwarves will respond to things that you do. Okay, so I'm gonna unpause because I'm sure these are already going to be queued up in a second. Gotta love dwarves hauling siltstone from all the way the hell over here. Also, this needs to be finalized, so let's just... turn this into this instead. Is this even in the burrow? Oh, that's the problem. It's outside of the burrow. I should have looked at the calendar. Would have gotten the saving at the same time as the ad. I wish that I liked Oxygen Not Included, because I keep seeing it being brought up right now. I wish that I liked that game. There was something, like, I tried. I put a good chunk of hours into it at the beginning of Early Access and kind of hated it. And then played it again when it released, and it didn't change my feelings on it, like, at all. Like, I respect the heck out of that game, but I kind of feel similarly to Kerbal, which is... it wants me to think in ways that I don't want to. Like, it just kind of feels like work, and I don't really know why. But it's neat. I enjoyed the, like, 50-odd hours I put into that game. I just felt it to... I never played any of the expansions, right? And I never made it to late game either. I just felt it to be kind of monotonous, I guess. I feel like there is a world where that would have been one of my favorite games, though. Like, although, for me, I'm salty about Clay, just as a developer. I fucking loved Oxygen, or not Oxygen, I fucking loved Invisible Ink. Invisible Ink is maybe one of my favorite games ever made. And it's super duper 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 duper, like, not poorly recepted. I mean, it got a good reception, but, like, I feel like that game deserved a lot more success than it got. And hurts me. Yeah, okay, I may still need to go one over.
Gamers.
Midnight, thanks for the 9th month. Welcome back. Thank you very much for the 9 months of subscription. And thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Oni is just frustrating to me. You don't play it if I don't play it at its pace, my folks die, even if I'm stable. Yeah, I don't know. I want to play more Star Sector, but I'll be honest, I keep forgetting about Star Sector. Although right now it's summer, and in the summer, because it's much harder for me to get traffic to my channel, especially like it's been especially bad this year with the everybody off playing other games, which is fine because of the big RimWorld DLC. It's very difficult actually to like be willing to take risks and play things that are outside of my normal world, because I feel like I'm having to think harder about maintaining relevancy in the summer. So I do want to play some more Star Sector, though. I did very much enjoy my time with it. I think that game's really interesting. It's just kind of risk averse at the moment, unfortunately. Let's get one of these greats done. I don't think there's much similarity between Star Sector and Dwarf Fortress, though, at all. Aside from, like, the really long development time. Let's take you off of this and put you back. No, I want to keep you off. So I'm ending up with a lot of miners doing things I don't want them doing. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for midnight? Keeping that sub alive for 9 months. Let's post the beers in the chat, please and thank you. I mean, it's a 2D space empire management game with like absurd combat is what that game is. Play a way out with a member of Halcyon? Very unlikely. For a number of reasons. Why a way out, though? What? Why would I play that? That game looked awful when it came out. Let's delete this, and then put the grate back. I really like the combat. I wish the combat was more playable by me, but the combat in Star Sector is fascinating. I do agree with that. Let's direct the water in the direction that I need it to go. They're making an... Wait. I know they're making a new Battlefield game, but, like, what makes you excited for it, Suited? Getting excited for a Battlefield game is like getting excited for a smooth Blizzard launch. You're kind of like setting yourself up for a disappointment in that way. Just watching for beasts. Actually, a little worried about water. No, we should be good. There we go. This is what we need. And then this, which is now immediately getting constructed. Got all these wall pieces getting placed. I wouldn't be excited for that, GB Eve, at all. I think it is a very unhealthy mindset to hope for the downfall of large companies like that because of the amount of jobs that would be lost. Like, hate EA games as much as you want, but they do employ a lot of people. And I think right now the thing that the games industry needs is employment. I think hoping for the downfall of large companies like that is a net negative to the industry at large. Sure. Taco Crash. It's just like there's plenty of people hoping that like Ubisoft crashes and burns, and it's like, no. I hope Ubisoft's higher ups start to make different decisions. I think that that hoping for them to crash and burn isn't a positive thing. Yeah, but that's not going to happen if they get dissolved, right? GB, like that's not. What would happen is 80% of it would get shut down overnight. That's not how that works, unfortunately. None of those individual studios have the capacity or the experience or the positions of leadership to operate as separate companies anymore. Okay, Grandpa. Suited Giraffe. Exactly. Like, if a company like EA Games changed their goal from maximum profits to longer-term, smaller gambles and allowed those studios to start making their own thing again for 10 years, then they could be split off into their own companies and possibly survive. In the current state, they wouldn't. Just the entire games industry would collapse. So that's all I have to say. I don't think that hoping for the downfall of big companies like that is ever going to be a positive thing. You're still salty about Westwood getting... Man, find bigger problems in life and then go support Petroglyph, which is basically all the old Westwood guys, Dadrick. Like, if every person who said that they were sad about Westwood folding bought Petroglyph's games, Petroglyph would be one of the biggest studios in the world. But they're not because very few people buy their games. So, on one hand, sure, but put your money where your disappointment is and go support Petroglyph, which is a studio that formed out of the scraps of Westwood. I mean, Rockstar made the best table tennis game, so I could see that. Suited. Later, Rydern. I hope you heard my response about that random game that you asked about. Okay, so let's get this pumping. I'm doing these manually because I don't feel like setting up an automated thing because this is just a one-off. I mean, that's just somebody buying the brand. It's just somebody with investment money who, like, liked the brand back in the day, Suited Giraffe, and then purchased the name and started a new company. It's not, like, the original Microprose. It was somebody buying the brand Microprose and being like, yeah, we could buy that name and do a similar thing and not have to do as much marketing because we'd have nostalgia. That's all that really is. Why did you leave, Dwarf? Grr. Come back. It's convenient, though. I mean, this is filling up still. No, you are very much correct. But like the reason microprose came back was because a rich person saw an opportunity to revive something based on knowledge. So like they're not back per se. It's just somebody bought the rights to the name, presuming they could do something similar, and they're not wrong. You know, I heard an interesting interview that came out of Arcane Austin recently on Zipped Water, which was they made Redfall because that's what they thought Microsoft wanted. Supposedly. Like, there's been a couple interviews that I've read recently from people who worked there during that development where they weren't positive what Microsoft was looking for. They'd just been purchased by Microsoft and they were freaking out going, well, they probably want live service stuff, right? Which is kind of fascinating when you think about it. Like, they almost peer pressured themselves into making that thing. Which is kind of wild to think about. Just going to pause you for a second. Get this wall piece here built. But yeah, no, Wolfeye, I think, is doing okay, though, right? Those are the people that made Weird West. Although I think Weird West kind of like hurt itself because Weird West released at the same time as a game with an almost identical name and a very similar art style. It was Weird West, right? I'm not like messing this up. Because it was almost like a, what's the name of that game? Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds situation as well. Arcane Steve Austin. I don't know, sounds like a wizard. Arcane Steve Austin is definitely somebody's like either World of Warcraft or D&D name. You still find the story of the whole Ultima 7 way back when was an EA a dig at EA taking over and over, and then no one noticed that they published it anyway. I don't know. I think bandwagoning is kind of a problem in the games industry against often the wrong thing. Well, that's good. Wait, did they shut down or something? Unzipped? Now I need to know. I need to know the end of this story. It's me. Yes, definitely. Outer Worlds and Outer Wilds are different games, and at one point, Microsoft tweeted about Outer Wilds while they... And Microsoft posted on social media something to do with Outer Wilds, even though the game they were publishing was Outer Worlds. Like, somebody working in PR at Microsoft either intentionally, as a joke, or accidentally screwed up the naming of those. Any dwarf. All right, happy dwarf you get. How's this paper maker look? Is paper maker working for you? Somebody make this animation, Sage Bitey, please. I need to see this. Arcane Steve Austin! Tick handle, Deaduk, is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy, is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust, and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. She's confident under pressure, and she is easily moved to mercy. She is a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things and occasionally overindulges. She has a greedy streak and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of raising a family and personally views loyalty unfavorably. She likes perclase and lead, as well as fire opal, giant echidna, parchment, mountains, and goblets, cats for their aloofness, and the words of the lilac of embracing and when possible prefers to consume, cave spider, bumblebee, and donkey's milk, and absolutely hates blood gnats. So you know how humans need water, Devil Duck? Dwarves need alcohol. Dead ones, yeah, that's true. Zombies, yeah. You just noticed the wrong, the wrong there. Wolfeye made enough on Weird West to hire some more people. I signed up to the alpha testing, but you haven't gotten a response yet. It's supposed to be another first-person immersive sim. Well, good for them. Good for them. Recovering. Well, that's to clean wounds. That's like a shower. Dwarves need water for showers. That's about it. This dwarf has a lot of friends. Holy shit. Competent judge of intent. Interesting dwarf. He's a member of the Sunken Denomination. I think that's the one of rivers and lakes. Welcome to the fortress. Especially the alcohol for working day. It's a trend amongst Dwarf Fortress players, isn't it? Maybe able to turn this whole thing off soon. Because this is what we need here. There we go, that's one. And this one? That's two. So now I can turn you off. And I can turn you off. Perfect. So this last bit is now just going to go all the way across here. And seal up this side. So that these are now usable, turnable gear assemblies. Hopefully. They should work. That can be linked up to power. That are also inside of a wall. You thought that would destroy them? I've done this accidentally before, and it's like a way to make stable walls inside of mechanisms, which is a little silly, but, you know, what's Dwarf Fortress if not, you know, a little silly? Well, yeah, we'll do that. Actually, maybe not that. Let's do this instead. We'll just let it drain this way. Can I dig the gears out again? Sure, but why would I want to do that? I want walls where the gears are. That's the whole point of this, was to put walls there. You truly enjoy the narrative videos? Well, thank you. Thanks for taking some time to support the other stuff I do by watching the stream. Let's do this. I mean, we might roll a 20 and get one of these. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. That's what we needed. Let's just get a row along here. Actually, don't even want to do this like that. No, I need to figure out how I'm going to do this. Actually, I need to get this out of here is the next thing I need to do. Let's get these deconstructed. Dwarves are coming to get blocks, one piece at a time. Seems that this dwarf is becoming a legendary fighter. We've got ourselves another smoke zombie who's slowly building up their fighting skill. Or quickly, even. Fighting with this reindeer. He is missing his lower front teeth, and he's very mangled beyond recognition. However, he is improving striking pretty quickly. Let's watch his combat skills go up. He's a master striker. Now he's dabbling in discipline. He's only a competent biter. I mean, he could do better. Could do better in the biting department. I was kind of hoping we'd see him go to legendary in striking or something. He's mostly scratching it. And the reindeer's trying to headbutt him, but it's not working. Dwarf zombie is kicking it, scratching it. Kicking it and scratching it, mostly. But he's now a legendary observer, so that's fun. I mean, he's improving. Now improved wrestling. High Master Striker he's up to. He's a great wrestler now. He was adept when we first started watching. Just grab him by the head with your teeth and shake him around, you know, as you do. Become legendary biter. Legendary fighter, observer, grand master striker, and a master wrestler. This is going to be a strong one. We're going to have to catch that one at some point. Chat, do we have a funny name for this zombie? We could call him Toothless, but he does still have teeth. It's just his lower back teeth that are missing, I think. I mean, he's now a striker, observer, fighter. Because, like... Oh, no, hold on. His teeth isn't gone, but he's getting there. Scratchy. Dances with deers. Shuffles. Let's go with shuffles. Shuffles does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and really wants a drink. He does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He's also now a legendary wrestler. So he's a legendary fighter, observer, striker, wrestler, expert biter, kicker, dodger. Ooh. This is like a dwarf training montage. What exactly is a smoke zombie? So Dwarf Fortress evil biomes have evil weather. Evil weather can cause permanent effects to be impacted. This biome's evil effect is it turns them into what's called a husk, which is a dwarf or living individual that just wants to kill literally everything in its reaches. And abominable smoke zombie is a format of husk, sort of like an intelligent undead could be referred to as like a Nagosmoth's butcher or whatever. He's doing the shuffle. But the scary thing about these zombies... Oh no! Rip Shuffles! How did... The reindeer bull gores the smoke zombie in the lower body, and the injured part collapses. Oh, he was so close. But anyway, they're technically still alive, unlike intelligent undead or zombified undead, so they can gain skills, which makes them significantly scarier in some ways. Cunning Squish also is gelded. His nose is gone, his teeth are gone. He is gelded, his body is cut open. It's like a battered bruised, mangled blob of a reindeer. Sag indeed, yeah. Well, rest in peace, Shuffles. I'm glad I saw that. I would have been really sad if I'd missed that after naming him. Now I need to memorialize Shuffles. Just checking for undead zombies. Honestly, though, having seen reindeer and also having been chased by a deer once, I gotta say, pretty hard pass. Pretty hard pass. Seems terrifying. But let's get Shuffles memorialized up here. So we don't get any evil zombie murder ghosts. It wasn't bites that gelded him. I mean, who knows? We will never know. Only speculation can say. Want to fight? Be with family? Okay, you know what? Entropy, are you in? You are not. I'm gonna throw this dwarf in the military. I'm actually gonna get this squad training, just wrestling stuff for a little bit. They don't have any gear that they can go equip, really. But I can make them go work. Oh shit, we're gonna get music. They're dancing. Let's hope that the music doesn't cut out and bug out, which it has been doing. I haven't heard this song in a few forts, actually. The dance has reached the point where its accompaniment is at the introduction. The Saffron of Trotting is a social group dance originating in the walls of Lauding. The form guides dancers during improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by the fragrant couple. Sorry, by the pregnant couple, not the fragrant couple. The dancers perform in a double circle. This dance is a refined art form with 3 specific moves to be mastered, and the dance is spirited and fluid. If I unpause the game, the song might end. Let's see if I can move one turn at a time, see the different dance moves. Oopsies. Now they're just reciting poetry, so we missed the dance. That's a shame, but maybe we'll be able to catch it sooner than later. Saw a dwarf recite the matched play at the blockade of dinner. I feel some delight. You know, I read that in the voice of, like, the WikiHow pregnant video. Who said pregnant could not be pregnant? One of the greatest internet vids of all time. Speaking of, is that duck still alive? Yes. Well, at least some things are still at peace. For those of you who don't know, this is a duck that killed a hill titan. No, you are unemployed Shaku. Just thought I'd inform you of that. Darkwing Duck over here killed a titan. You missed that arc? I want to say that was day 1. Maybe day 2. It was certainly last week. Don't worry, that'll get a big chunk in the vid. You know, these days people would just say that that is some model going haywire, Clockwork Dragon, but that video was created back in the days of pure internet. When pure unfiltered internet was just getting spewed into the ether. We got to see maximum amounts of human stupidity. All right, let's get some dwarves properly bedroomed up here. Oh, no, that I will not block the doors with coffers, as tempting as it is. This dwarf still needs flooring, so. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I still missed one, but. Okay, you over here. It's all shale floor, so I should be able to do one or two because I do have shale. Yeah, which is why it's so much harder to get the pure unadulterated internet anymore. Or maybe I'm just not looking in the right places. We thought it died. What about Final? Final's still alive. Final's in a cage. Final's right here. Final, wasn't the demon, but or a dwarf who killed the demon, but I did send... Yeah, it was Headhunter, this one. Servesh. This dwarf, I sent to go kill Lashid's Slayer? I'm not sure how they killed a dog, but apparently they also killed a dog. Anyway, this dwarf I sent to go kill a Lashid Slayer. You finished my 7-hour tutorial video? You realize it? You realize it's just like a compilation of other tutorials. I could update that one. It just feels sludgy. I don't know. It feels icky. Remake, like just adding a few hours of, maybe 2 hours of time onto that and re-uploading it. But thanks for watching it. That video has an absurd watch time, I'll have you know. All right, so now that this is all done, you know what? I think that just channeling this out is going to be the easiest way to go. And then just building on top of it. So I'm also going to need to channel out the middle of this. You're gonna go sleep. Actually, hold on, something else I need to check. I'm just gonna set everybody to do planting now. I do have a very small number of planters currently. That was kind of intentional, but this will speed things up quite a bit. I've also got a lot of stuff getting constructed currently. Yeah, I do. I've got Weather Mountains, Bones Jonesy. But I also have, like, all of my shorter tutorials compiled into one 7-hour video. Running from a tiny duck out of your head? Well, it was a titan surrounded by zombified dwarves, and the duck, like, bit it in the head and destroyed its head. Tolis, it's good to see you. It's been a minute. Hope your summer's been good. Let's see what this old miner can do. And also, let's go to the most upset dwarf here. Interested remembering learning about engraving. I'm curious if this dwarf doing some drills and learning a little bit about skills will help flip their mood over. It might not, but that is my hope. Yeah, the duck got the last hit, basically. Well, the zombie duck got the last hit. But also killed a rooster. I mean, he killed that in 1v1 combat, so maybe for a duck, he still is very, very strong. It's just, strength is relative at that point. So I'm going to need to let this lava out, because I need to get rid of it. So I got to do that safely, or as safe as I can. This in the center here is going to go down 2 layers, and is going to be a power supply coming from up here. It's going to run through here, which is going to hopefully power these through here. Gonna have to do some jury rigging to actually get it constructed, but we'll see what we can do. And then I'm going to basically build this into a super high-powered minecart grinder. But we'll see what we can actually do with it. See that Titan? It's duct. Duct tape. You know? I'm just worried that... Okay, actually I should do this last. Because if they path over here, then they may fall. Well, actually, I could probably do this safely from this side. Let's try that. Because there's very little chance that they'll path over top of it. And go further south. So chat, what were you up to this weekend? I mean, most of my weekend was spent clothing shopping for wedding stuff and then editing those 2 videos. I did the Future of the Fortress, which I got done. Very on time this month. Back on schedule, finally. And I got that Putnam interview done, which I've been plucking away at for a bit now. Also, the blog version is up too, so if you want the unedited, very awkward ums and uhs of, like, the uncut interviews. When I first started doing those interviews, I didn't release the full audio publicly, and now I do unless there's necessary reductions. But you get to see why I edit so much. You get to see the questions that didn't work out and all that nonsense. It's Tuesday? No, I'm asking about last weekend. I'm aware of what day of the week it is. I hope it's Tuesday. If it's Wednesday, I fucked up badly. But curious what you guys did over last weekend. So I don't know what my dude it's Tuesday is for. Because I know. But, like, the question was, what did you do this weekend? I think I'm allowed to ask that question. Your first day's off in 2 weeks? Hell yeah. I think what I can do here is this. Because I'm going to need walls here eventually. I also need to go across here and unforbid all of this. Let's just channel you down because I can. I'm also going to have to do some construction over here. Actually, let's just do this. This will be much easier if I do it this way. Oof. We're also going to have to do this quickly so that we don't get hit by any forgotten beasts. just in case there's some out here which I don't actually know. I don't actually know. I'm also gonna go here. Only have 3 logs left? That seems like nothing. Did I block the way out of this? No? That's slightly vexing or concerning. Unless, like, I'm misreading the amount of materials. No, I'm misreading the amount of materials I have. Okay, so you finish this. Now we're waiting for construction. We're coming with tower cap logs. Pebble Muncher. Why? Why Pebble Muncher? Why is the dwarf eating rocks? I'm trying to remember, what kind of lizards eat rocks if you put them in their cage? I remember reading about... There's certain types of lizards that will eat rocks. Because rocks are tasty? Sure. I'm kind of curious. Why Pebble Muncher? Well, I was thinking Fruity Pebbles, but like... I'm just wondering if there's some bigger reference to this. Here's hoping. Kitty phone. Parakeets will eat certain types of rocks? No, but like I remember reading that there was a... It's been a while, but there are some pets where like you can't put like fish gravel in their terrarium or they will just eat the rocks. No, turtles. Turtles will eat like terrarium gravel thinking it's food and it'll kill them. That's the one I'm thinking of. It was like, because we had a red-eared slider turtle when I was younger. Anyways, I will say, I do kind of prefer when people name dwarves after themselves, but I'm sorry, dwarf, you're now Pebble. Pebble dislikes even the best advice and of associates and family, relying strictly on her own counsel, eating rocks. Rarely looks on others with lust, and is very calm, has a very calm demeanor, and I can't read, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to hold on to grievances, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She's fearful in the face of imminent danger and slow to trust others. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and often feels envious of others. Okay, well, turtles was definitely what I was thinking of then. Should avoid gravel? Absolutely. I'm gonna laugh absolutely if dwarves like rocks. Well, they'd have to like a particular kind of rock. Although I think it's possible for them to like small stones. Anyway, she dreams of mastering a skill and likes hematite and platinum and pipe opal and giant copperhead snake tooth, figurines, buckets, geese for their formation flying, fluffy wamblers for their gentle nature, the sight of the cardinal blossom, and when possible prefers to consume mussel, artichoke wine, purple amaranth, flour, cowpeas, and absolutely hates blood gnats. I had to Google what a cowpea was the first time I saw that. Holy shit, you have a lot of friends. And you're married. Well, congrats. You're very happy, Dwarf. Those are, in very technical terms, both rocks, yes. Or of embers. Also, hello, Neutron Dwarf. How is things? This is a problem up here. So I'll go wall piece, wall piece, wall piece. Hematite's a good color, I'll say that. What are cowpeas? It's a type of pea. That's it. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a type of, it's foodstuffs. Kitty Phone, did you go to Vakken? In YouTube chat, Kitty Phone's YouTube chat's talking about camping, and Kitty Phone says, I've only ever camped once. I don't think it counts because it was at a German metal festival. But, I don't know. I used to go camping multiple times a month sometimes. But since moving, it's required more coordination, and we're slowly figuring it out again, but... Life's pretty hard currently. I'm ready for summer to be over. Life will be easier when summer's over. For me, anyway. Ficod, the Engraver, has been possessed. So you can feel alive? Just too hot, or like life's slow? I mean, for me, this summer has been very cool, but that's because I'm used to a place that's way hotter than where I live now. So I'm like today it's 17 degrees Celsius outside. Like, it is cool here. Like, not hot in the slightest. Which is kind of lovely, but at the same time, like, feels weird. Not used to it. You just had a heat wave break there and you can finally sleep again. That's good. You used to camp a lot growing up. It's been at least a decade. It was about a decade in between camping and then starting to camp again. I didn't camp at all between 2011 and 2019. And then in 2020, I started, late 2019 and 2020, I started camping again. 25 plus heat waves, that sucks. Yeah, we had like 3 days here in Victoria that were like above 25, and I know multiple people locally who went and bought air conditioners. I was like, it's only 25. What's that seems like, yeah, you start sweating, but like, you know, it's no 36, but I get it. If you're not used to it, it's rough. So for me, this summer has been like a relief so far temperature-wise, because I'm used to, like, I keep looking at the temperatures where I used to live, and it's like an average of 10 degrees hotter than it is here. So it's like in the mid-20s right now over there, and here it's like 17. Dwarf has claimed a crafts dwarf shop. Let's see what they go get. Grabs a boulder. That is entirely too hot. What is that in Celsius, since you're in the UK? Please speak Celsius. I'm from a civilized country that speaks Celsius. It's only 25 right now. It's still very humid. I kind of wish the humidity was a little higher here, actually, because some of my tropical plants are not the happiest at the moment. But I might need to get a humidifier, actually. All right, so we've got Rough Star Rubies, Yak Caft Abominable Smoke Zombie Bone. I don't know how we got those bones. Huh. And Square Brilliant Cut Picture Jaspers. I'm suddenly concerned about something. Hold on. Well, that's a little terrifying. Do I have any of these that aren't hooked up to anything? No. You're hovering around 70 Fahrenheit, which is about 35C. That's too hot. That's not like 35C. 70 Fahrenheit is less than that. Because it was 70 outside last night and I wasn't dying. No, 70 is like in the 20s, like low 20s. Let me see how accurate I am. It's 21. I was right. Is what a breach, Sortus. You're sure they just walked in? What, the... No, probably what happened is that the skeleton probably ended up in an airlock and then they butchered it, is probably what happened. It probably died in an airlock somewhere and then we butchered it. Because I've got a bunch of airlocks like this. So it's possible somebody just grabbed it and walked in with it, which is it's just a little shocking. Wait, actually, hold on. Let me just... Now I'm suddenly curious if I just have, like, meat corpse, like, meat from smoke zombies. Well, I don't have any, like, meat at all right now, so there is that. Let's just train all of these if I can. I don't even know where they are. Yeah, they seem to be, or at least one of them is. Some of them are accessible. Yeah, I've got this. So yeah, they must have just walked in with it. I've never cooked one, I don't know. Anton plays. I would assume it would be gamey though, very stressed. Alright, I think I should make an effort to make food a little better in this fort. Because right now it kind of blows. So I'm gonna just go here and make a fine meal. I'm gonna do this monthly. We'll say below 10. 25. I just need to jump up to here. Go you. No, not you. Need to jump up to here. Go to the second one on the list. I'm going to delete that top meals option because we need some more meals. I also need to make more rock pots. Although currently this is busy, but we'll see. It's going to be valuable regardless of what it is. If there's bad bits on sushi, you've been to the wrong sushi places. Kenshin plays. Something I think is really funny, though, on the internet, this is just a small comment about people on the internet, is when people ask me how hot is it in Canada, because my mind massively overanalyzes that question and goes, wait, where in Canada is he referring? Because there's a lot of Canada, and I don't know. Let's let you go do something else, because you do not like this task. Entropy. Let's also go up here and just type in cloth. Okay, I've got tons of spider silk. Let's pump all these up to 20. And I'm actually going to go here and go silk robe. Just say make 50. Not at this time of year. So northern Canada gets a lot more sun in the winter. Meaning, like, what's the weather in Whitehorse right now? Hold on, let me go look. It's hotter in Whitehorse right now than it is where I am. Like, it is consistently warmer in Whitehorse than where I am. Only by a couple of degrees. But it is hotter in the Yukon than where I am. Sorry, more sun in summer, not winter. Less sun in winter. So in the winter, yes, that's true. It's way colder than the rest of Canada. But right now, it's hotter in the Yukon than it is where I am. And I'm like about as far south as you can be in Canada. People forget that Canada is massive. This is true. No, I mean, I just overthink. Because what they're actually asking is they don't know where I live specifically. And so they're just saying, what's the weather like where you are? Which is mild and cool. Usually, except for that 1 week where it was hot. It's been 1 week since you melted me. You don't think you could do roughly 1 month with no sun up there? I've been told by people that that's some of the best party season of the year, but... Ficod, the engraver, has created Gornelius on Lion Bakon. Another rock bracelet. This one's made of siltstone, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Aimush Labor Earth. This is a siltstone bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rose-cut star rubies and encircled with bands of yak bone and square, brilliant cut pictured jaspers. This object menaces with spikes of siltstone. I'm thinking, okay, hold on. Where's your bedroom? What if I start making these into, like, artifact halls? Because we're not going to get any visitors in this fort. Let's not be silly. That ain't happening. Rock pedestals. You know what's funny, Electra? Is I run into a lot of Australians living where I live. Because they come up here for ski season. They alternate. And they think the same thing about where I live pretty consistently. It's like, I think that whatever you're not used to seems terrifying as a human. Like if you are used to the kind of wildlife they have in Australia, It's not that bad. If you're not, it's terrifying. That's just a funny statement, because I live right next door to that. Thanks, Bismuth. Although, the tallest building in the world is in Dubai right now. Wouldn't that be the Necromancer Tower? Unless that's changed. I'm pretty sure that's still the biggest building in the world, isn't it? How did I... Oh. Okay. I think that people are allowed to be self-aware and mock themselves. And I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. Also, I would more so say that not everybody who lives in Necromancer Towers are zombies. Just saying. If you explored more Necromancer Towers, you would understand the nuances of that. This one. And if you're that easily offended by a joke on the internet, the world's going to be a dangerous place for you. Rent is cheap. I mean, I saw an entire Dwarven faction living in a Necromancer Tower once, and yeah, there was zombies and also Necromancers there, but there was also an entire Dwarven faction living in tents outside, which was kind of funny. Because, yeah, the Necromancer Tower did destroy the entirety of their home, and all of the fortresses were populated almost entirely with zombies, but, like... Necro Towers of unbeatable view. You know, honestly, there's a few buildings in New York that could probably be self-identified as Necromancer Towers. Like, there's just those empty husks. Those buildings that have had, like, no office space actually rented out for a very long time. There's a lot of those. I watch enough of the B1M to know that. In this map? No, I mean... There are no Necromancer Towers in any kind of proximity of me. So no, there haven't been any Necromancer experiments. And I can't attack things, because all my soldiers will die if they leave the map, so... yeah. Wrong fort if you're looking for Necromancer experiments. If you're looking for Necromancer experiments, the last fort I did had some pretty crazy ones, especially at the start. I don't know. I don't own property in New York. Although, didn't New York recently change a lot of their, like, zoning laws so that, like, it's more possible for humans to own property there? Leave via caverns? Sure, but they'd have to come back via surface. And they'd probably not make it back onto the map, so it's not worth the risk. Like, this fort has been going for 5 years, almost. And I've got 40 dwarves. And I've lost more than half of my migrants by a lot. So it is not worth it. It's like, could I possibly? But like, it's one of those, just not worth it things. Uh-oh. That's dangerous. Got to clean that up. Duh. I spotted a forgotten beast chasing a Crundle. Killing a Crundle, actually. Oh. Well, you've been busy. You've been real busy. It's a lot of Crundles. 42 Crundles. And 42 Crundles. Every day they crundling. Speaking of, the Crested Company has many members in Strangetomb and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished, with the hall designated for a stoneworker guild. Yeah. Also, did I ever... kind of want to turn the enemies onto hard. I'm not going to turn the economy onto hard because that would be silly, but like... kind of tempted to turn enemies onto hard. I'm also going to open this up. And dig all these, chop all these down because I need the trees. There we go. Thanosing the Crundles? I don't know about Thanosing. That's a bit intense. Although I do need to check where the woods... where's the wood going? The wood's all going right there? Okay, so the dwarves are just going to come flying out. Chat, I will be right back in 2 seconds. Construction just got loud again, so I wanted to close the door. Blame the kobold for ruining everything ever? Wait, what? You convicted a kobold... the kobold zombie of a crime. The real criminal left the map a long time ago. Oh! Speaking of, there's a Gorlak. Unrelated to the kobold crime, but... whatever the kobold's name is, was definitely guilty, though. I support you in this. Man. Could just knock these walls down and fill this in. Let's do it. Let's do it. Just trying to seal off a new area over here. This kobold was living in your libraries? Oh wait, really? Came in as a visitor. That doesn't happen very often. Unless you've got mods. Genuinely doesn't happen very often. I'm trying to get our foot space a little bit wider here, so that we can have a little bit more in the way of space. Although that is my body pile, which is a bit disturbing for the dwarves to run past, I'm sure. And then let's also get one final wall piece right there. And then up here, I just need to wall these off. But this needs to be doubled up in height. So what I could do, actually, is go up to here, put a ramp up. Just put another set of walls up here on top of this. Oh, I know why they're not training any of those. I'm like, why are they not training this livestock? They're not training the animals I have in cages because I have no meat, and they need to have meat to give them in order to train them. Because they're all meat consumers. They're all... Well, except for the giant olm. But they're mostly, like, creatures that eat meat, so... They're gonna make own him? I don't think I've ever made owned a kobold. I usually just do that with Gorlax. I will say you can actually make clothing for kobolds, though, so there is that benefit. I need to make rock blocks. What do I have? Let's just do 70 shale, or chert, rather. Insect Devourer. Once again, I would rather people name dwarves after themselves. But I'll give you insect. Because that's not a fitting name for any dwarf that doesn't prefer to eat insects. Like, this would be Bird Eater, because he prefers to consume giant buzzard. Is Entropy still alive? Somehow, yeah. He's also the most pissed off dwarf in the fort. I'm not totally sure why. So I don't like the names you guys have been choosing. You guys are making me not like my dwarves. I'm disappointed in you. Syrup Master, Adil, is prone to strong feelings of lust, generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Although I will say I ate an insect when I rode my bike the other day because some sand flew into my eye, and then because a car drove by and kicked up some sand, and then I got a bug in my mouth, and it was a very awful 9 seconds. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and is prone to... tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He's quite polite, and he tends to think before acting. He tends to not reveal personal information, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He can handle stress. This is an inaccurate name. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Grumbles mildly at bad weather. I should have given you a zombie, actually. I don't know, this doesn't feel like a name that anybody would name a dwarf. You know? Maybe a chicken. We'll see you later, pilot. Fly safe. Calcite, electrum, and green glass, as well as llama wool, amulets, and large serrated discs. Chickens for their clucking, in the words of the willful nails, and the sight of the cardinal blossom, and prefers to consume giant buzzard and muckroots, as well as maize beer, and hates mussels. Has a lot of friends, and is a member of the Humble Coven. Do better with your naming, chat. Do better. You could do better. I have faith. Often misplaced, even. All right, so I've got dwarves that would like a guild hall. You'd like a stone... Well, you have to get the redemption. You gotta get the redemption, my friend. Which is not gonna be up for another 25 minutes. So you got time to keep an eye on it. They'll collide with the water and stop building when they hit the water. Or stop digging when they hit the water. We'll wall in the edges and use that as a method of making other things. Another thing I can do, speaking of, I'm going to go down to here. Select material. Oh, don't have any lava safe material at the moment, although I could deconstruct this because you have lava safe material in you. Down here, I'm gonna dig out this. Actually, I kind of don't want my forge to be completely connected to potentially where hell could spill into the planet and into the map. That just seems like a bad idea. So I'm gonna go up and around here. And then ramp you up to here. Because you just go down to here. And then block the whole thing off. That's what I'm going to do. I think everything that you've named has died the day that you named it? I think that might be correct. Sometimes it happens, you know? Not everybody has good luck every time. Okay, and then you go here. Then this gets erased. And then up here, I make a, like, basically a space for a forge. And we're gonna move our forge to right here. Yeah, that'll work. Once you're inside, yeah, it's just the getting inside part that's tricky. That's truly the hard part. Yeah, I told you specifically that there's a timer on it. Of course it has a timer. I said 25 minutes and you can try. I won't give you a dwarf until somebody gets it. I've always had to have some restrictions on naming dwarves, because if I just gave everybody who asked for a dwarf, every dwarf would be named, nobody would get a dwarf, and half of the dwarves would be named after people that hadn't tuned in months. I used to do that in all my forts. I would just ask anybody who tuned in if they wanted a dwarf. And rapidly what would happen is every single dwarf would be named after somebody who tuned in once 6 months ago. Maybe not 6 months ago, but like 3 streams ago and never tuned in again. People would tune in, ask for a dwarf, and then immediately leave. And so the result was nobody ever really got to, you know, have time with their dwarves. And I think that kind of blows. I'm not a big fan of that. And that's a take that I've stuck with pretty consistently as time has gone on. Is that I think that it's kind of important for, you know, the dwarves to be named after people who tune in and stick around a little bit, you know? No? Why would entropy be unique in being named and still being alive? You're just pissed off. I'm not totally sure why. Like, if I actually look at your history, you got caught in a snowstorm right at the very beginning. And since then, aside from getting haunted by the dead, which was your real, like, downward spiral, nothing really negative has happened to you. I mean, aside from the PTSD of being haunted by the dead. So, like, I don't know what you mean by are they unique. There's plenty of named dwarves that are alive. So I don't really understand the question, I guess. What are they talking about? It's definitely a dwarf telling a story. Reciting poetry. Saw a dwarf recite the healing and glitter at the blockade of dinner. You do seem to really like reciting poetry, but I'm not going to risk making you into a tavern keeper. It's too dangerous. No, I'm not talking about you specifically. I was talking to Zachris, who said that everybody that they name dies afterwards, which is true. Everybody that Zachris has named has died afterwards. I didn't state the name. That's my bad. So hopefully that clarification covers it. Not everybody that is named dies afterwards. I mean, there's Crabapple, Insulina, Snail, Hylam, Founder. I mean, we've only had like one named dwarf death, and that was today, who died to a ghost, which was killed with style, which was kind of random. And then I guess Final, who turned into a zombie. Yeah. I don't understand the question, Urban Omad. You're not a lurker, though. Are you saying that lurkers can't get them? I mean, it's a reward for interaction. Interaction is how streams make money. Me naming lurkers would require me just randomly going into the list and naming people who aren't talking, which is a dumb idea. If anything, lurkers have a higher chance of getting it because they can pay attention to when things are up. Unclaimable. Snail shall never die. I mean, here's hoping. Often lurkers are the ones who get the names. But if you speak in chat enough for me to know your username, you ain't no lurker. The reason I say this is I've had a few people who are just like, so I've been watching you for 6 years, and like they've never spoken in my chat before, and I'll look at like their, like my stats from my chat, and yeah, they've been watching for 6 years and have like thousands of hours on the stream, but have never spoke. Those are lurkers. If I know your username, you ain't no lurker. I'm sorry. You just think you lurk. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, it's designed to reward people that are active in the chat. Because believe it or not, I want to incentivize that. Maybe that's a surprise, but I do want to incentivize people being active and talking in the chat room because it's largely how streams make money. If nobody talked, I'd struggle to speak. I streamed to nobody for multiple years before I had any kind of audience that watched me consistently. And I also streamed in the era when, like, I know a lot of people like to talk shit about Amazon owning Twitch, which is fair because Amazon sucks. But, like, at the same time, I remember the eras of Twitch before Amazon owned Twitch, and everybody on Twitch had a multiple minute delay on their streams. Let me tell you. Shit was a lot harder back then. Just in general. But I am pretty good at streaming to nobody. I've done that as recently as a couple of years ago. Or feeling like you're streaming to nobody is maybe the better way of putting it. Just gonna channel through this. I used to have like 3 conversations going, GB Eve, back in those days, where like I would say something to a viewer and then have to remember what they were talking about, and then 2 minutes later, maybe I would get a response. It was like a very consistent thing. It was very difficult to communicate with people consistently in those days. Let's just start plucking away at this. 2 a.m.? Yeah. You're a time zone lurker. I still know your name, though, Human Cosplay. I don't know. I guess I take the term lurker to be a little bit more literal than... I think a lot of people just say think of it as somebody who doesn't talk much. And in my mind, if I know your username, you're not lurking that much. But I think I have a much stricter definition than most people, which is fair. Mine is a little silly, after all. It's just so daunting? Well, I can't help you get over the feeling of a game being daunting, Calm Tree in YouTube chat. If you think this game is daunting and you haven't started your first fort, it'll probably be less daunting once you've started it. You love this chat in dreams. I do definitely have people who say that they use me as some sort of ASMR. Totally Not Creed says, check yo primes. Thanks for the 17th month. Jesus, you've done that 17 times? That is definitely not Creed. But thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm pausing. I'm frustrated after being unable to find anybody. We really need a mayor so that dwarf can yell at somebody. Like, we really need a mayor. I mean, I haven't responded to what you said yet, Zortos, if that makes it any better. I do see when the ads start, so I don't respond to anything that doesn't have a sub badge until the ads are done. In regards to keeping multiple conversations going, I do still have that skill, even though I don't use it as frequently, but I get that a lot, though, that I'm the reason that people make Twitch accounts. I will say, though, why not just buy a subscription instead of gifting? Wouldn't that, like, solve the issue of the ads? I don't know. I'm always kind of amazed when people gift other people subscriptions before just subbing themselves, because, like, I feel like you are missing out on the benefits of the ad-free for no real discernible reason. But it wasn't that ill-timed. I saw your message. Some Miglins have arrived. Ooh. Okay, so they are west of the entrance. No, totally, Urban. But they gifted 5 subs earlier today. So, like, I get it. The economy has been all over the place for a bit now. For a lot of people. Uh-oh. So this one ain't a go-go. This one is not a go-go because there is a zombie in the hole. Let's go south. It is possible that this is the only real way in. I just don't see them making it the other way. But I do have to set all of this as like a no-go zone. So that they go around all of this nightmare puddle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is there any areas that are... It's literally right there. Right there. Right there. Okay, well... It's all smears. Smears should be fine. It's the pools that are not. I think this one's probably fucked. Because if that zombie down there gets a whiff of this, they're just kind of SOL. Let's open this up. Wish us luck, chat. Zombie is moving pretty quickly towards them. Dwarves are running pretty quickly south. This is where they need to get to. Let's just leave this shut in case something ends up in here. I don't want to lose the fort. This is the dwarf at the... not at the front. This is a dwarf further at the back. Okay, so they are listening to the routing. Joined in an existing conflict. Who's fighting what? Shit. Okay, so Uvash and Rakust. So Rakust has caught... Okay, so Rakust was the one that's chasing them and has caught at least 2 of them. Don't know if there's more over here. But we've got another infinite brawl. It appears that this smoke zombie has taken over this farmer who just made it in. No family. And null Tunkir. Door merged. Something I wish I could do. Blind dwarves have absolutely 0 issues completing any normal tasks, with the exception of observation tasks, which means like spotting stealth units. But they have no issue with any other tasks. All right, well, they're still moving. I'll just keep you high. Uh-oh. Overwhelmed by terror, hey? Was it because the zombie was struck down? Death is all around us, the horror. Really was just struck by terror from that dwarf that you knew dying. It's just the dog in here by themselves. One, 2, 3. Got another one incoming. Just waiting for anybody else to stumble in. They saw those dwarves die. In regards to the dwarves that they saw die, it was Rakust and Nil. Also Imush. And some bull calf. Although you're a competent axe dwarf. Plank weakens? I guess you make planks with axe? It's a former member of the sect of washing. I too worship the god of showering. Absolutely, Vargond, although they're not going to be able to spot a stealthed elf. Losing one's eyesight in Dwarf Fortress actually isn't that much of a debuff, because characters in Dwarf Fortress almost entirely have echolocation. Walking around in the dark in Dwarf Fortress makes this very clear, because they can basically see/hear sound. Okay, here comes another peasant somehow. I think that's all of them. Chat room, we did it. We got some more. Dwarf, I need you to go inside, though. Go inside! No. There you go. We did it, chat. We did it. We got 5 more dwarves. Well, hello from Victoria, Canada. Jos Connell from Finland. Vix. Beard or no beard? Well, they basically have it, like, if you play in adventure mode, Calm Tree, you get these these indicators where sounds are happening, which basically negates the lack of vision. You don't know what you're attacking half the time until you attack it, but you know where they are located. So dwarves that have no vision have no issues. In fact, one of the best bookkeepers I ever had in Dwarf Fortress was a legendary, like, appraiser, had all the legendary necessary skills, had no legs, no hands, no arms, mostly naked most of the time. Very happy because he was zany. He thought it was hilarious that he was naked, and couldn't see. He was basically just like a flabby torso. I don't know how he was actually doing the books, but he was very good at it. He basically never left his office. I gave him his own dining room and everything. It was great. Beard, okay. Happy dwarf with beard you get. Alath. Alath. Here, dwarf. Do you want the whole name? Like Cervix the Moist? Like that? Did it with his mouth? I presume so. Battery stuck a pencil up his nose. Cervix Smithworks. Oh, that's a good... I like that last name, Smithworks. Smithworks sounds like a good name for a fort, actually. He is interested in only facts and of the real world and is buffeted by others' emotions. He can't help but respond to them, and he can't help but respond to them. He's comfortable with others that are different from himself, and he is extremely confident in situations requiring his skills. He's prone to strong feelings of jealousy, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and often feels discouraged. He's brave in the face of imminent danger and can sometimes act without deliberation. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and he has a calm demeanor. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and often acts with compassion. He is, of course, conflicted by this, since he sees these tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. He can handle stress, and he tries to keep things orderly. He respects power and is put off by family, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. He likes rock salt and aluminum and wood opal, not aluminum wood, and walnut wood, and chimpanzee leather, two-legged rhino lizard, and bone, and mussel shell, as well as the color slate gray, helms, and pigs for their snorts, halibut for their fins, and the sight of the cardinal blossom, and when possible prefers to consume prickleberry wine and rice flour, and absolutely hates moon snails. Aluminum wood does sound dope. It'd be like petrified wood. He's focused as well, which is a challenge indeed. He saw a dwarf recite the day laughs in the beginning at the blockade of dinner. And you feel some delight. And holy shit, you have a big family. Big ass family. I worship a lot of deities as well. Secretly, chat, I'm really hoping we'll get a dwarf who's like a relative of the blockade somehow. Okay, so I've got 2 dwarves I need to immortalize real quick. And Nil Tunkir. Finally able to catch a stream. Hello, Sock. How thing? We're finally able to catch a stream. It's good to see you. Any zombie migrants yet? I don't know. That is entirely a theory. I have zero basis in factuality that that's possible. And I specifically settled as a faction that wasn't close to where I did that, and I only did that to humans. So I don't know. No zombie migrants. Although it would be kind of hard to tell if they migrated there or just like happened to turn at the same time as arriving. Okay, so the gate's shut. So now I've got Emotion Stintad. We're fighting now. We got this one over here who's now a master fighter, who's beating the crap out of this calf. Oddly enough, often the dwarves that get turned because of their livestock. Rip. Imagine dying to a baby cow. In fact, he gored the dwarf smoke zombie in the lower body. I guess that's the way you kill them. You can go for the lower body. I mean, how's my military looking? I don't have a military. I have a couple dwarves that are trained in wrestling. There is no metal in this map, and I haven't set up better forges. Currently, we are hiding. Any sieges will sort themselves out. So how's the military looking? I don't have one. And also, I have a question. You ask a question, right? And then you say, did the question I ask get answered? But you don't want to be annoying. How is that any different than just re-answering the question? Just re-ask the question. I don't know. If you didn't hear an answer, well then, I don't know. I probably didn't answer it. Because you just made me click on your username and like look at what the question was that you're referring to, because I don't know. Also, you only asked it like a minute and a half ago, not even. Migrants got on the map. Lucky, you'd imagine most turned before arriving. I mean, I've been having to route them specifically to my locations. I mean, this is my military. Well, here's the thing. Not all questions that get asked in my chat get answered. That's statement number one. Because, like, I'm human and I'm not capable of reading every single question that gets asked. The other thing is, like, if it's been less than 10 minutes and I haven't answered your question and you ask if I've answered the question, I don't understand why you didn't just re-answer the question. I think it's funny. I don't know. I mean, I got to it now. I just hadn't looked at it. I guess what I'm trying to say is if your goal was to not be annoying, you're not being annoying. Don't worry about it. I just think it's funny that that's the... People's ways around of perceived annoyance, I think, is sometimes very amusing from my perspective. Regardless, I answered it. I don't really have a military, and the reason I don't have a military is just because I can't really fight any of the threats that are on the map, and I haven't focused much on making weaponry. I do have some dwarves in the military, but that's purely because they seem like they would be decent, and it's kind of like a pre-preparing. I don't have any military. Like, oh shit, fuck balls. Well, rip fort, possibly. Hylam's bleeding. And I'm also going to go down here. Forbid everything. What happened? It doesn't seem bad. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. I thought that I'd crushed all of this, but apparently I hadn't. That means that there is now a demon in my fort. It's an ape monster who's bleeding heavily. Does seem that the broker, who is Hylam, was able to get a strike on it. Twice, actually. Which has managed to tear apart the fat. But Hylam's likely dead any second now. The ape monster is a very large eyeless ape. It has two stubby tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its hair is long and wavy. Beware its poison gas. Rest in peace, Hylam. But he is oozing monster goo. So what I can hope for is that the dwarves managed to get out. Which they seemingly haven't. But the creature is now dead because one of them was lucky enough to get a hit in. Insulina is an absolute fucking hero, chat. Insulina was able to strike the ape monster in the neck with a bronze pick. The severed part sails off in an arc. Now we get to see what the poison gas does. This dwarf here, did you get a hit in? Nope, not that I'm seeing. Possibly demon stakes. We'll see. There's its neck and its mutilated corpse. The bigger question is, what is the result of the gas? Lobster over here says our time in the momentous domain is so brief, begone fear, and now they're saying they're doing fine, and Insulina says be happy. Maybe it's happy meds. Just want to watch you for a little bit. Well, I mean, it's a shame that we lost a dwarf. Meditate on marriage. I'm gonna go contemplate my life. Uh-oh. The baby llama abominable smoke zombie has been struck down and Stockgood's been struck down. Ah, by a reindeer. Cat Yell Meow is the name of this smoke zombie. That's a funny name. I don't know if it can be butchered. I won't know until I've, and this is why I don't answer a lot of questions, Entropy, is because I don't have the answers and won't know the answer until I've built a butcher shop and checked. So I'm checking, but I don't know if it can be butchered. It's, maybe. It looks like it should be able to be butchered. But it is mutilated, which means it's less likely. But again, I don't know. Not every demon or brute or forgotten beast is butcherable. And it usually depends on the status of the corpse. As an example, like, if you completely obliterate a deer with a tractor, you're not going to be able to eat that. Yeah, see, in this case, that's the case. It's not butcherable because it's completely mutilated. It's completely soiled, so no, I cannot butcher it. Which is a shame, but such is the way. Sad? Well, such is the way. You know what? I'm actually going to do this. But yeah, that's definitely one of those I don't know in most cases situations. Also, what's up, Zildy? Let's just get rid of all this. And for Hylam, you get a coffin. Rest in peace, Dwarf. I find that URL to be extremely demeaning. What a mean URL. Tibe. Been following your misadventures and tutorials and interviews and that on the YouTube for the past few years. Well, cheers, dude. Congrats on making it. Do you ever experience burnout? Every other week or so? Do you ever get burnt out on a job? If so, then same vibe. Job's a job. Found that weird too? Saying whoever named that's kind of mean. But life goes on. Also, I don't recall asking for the value of pewter, but I'll believe that I did. Okay, so I only want citizens to trigger this. Just gonna make a little self-removing dumping mechanism here. You like to alloy stuff and they remembered you? Oh, okay. Fair enough. I will still say that I find that URL to be demeaning. For reference, it just says, for the small number of you who play Dwarf Fortress, like, I'll have you know, there's dozens of us. Quit it. Sorry, I have a self-importance complex sometimes. Dozens, yeah. Sometimes more than that. What do I think of Dwarven Atom Smashers? Lava's more convenient. I've got nothing against using Magma Smashers. Why does it matter what I think of it? That is something that I will never fully wrap my noggin around, though, is the... How do you feel about X? It's like, well, I use them, so I feel fine about them? How am I supposed to feel about them? All right, let's go to here. Take out these. Throw this in. Also, I can assign one more miner because one of my previous ones died. And there's an ad starting in a minute. I will pause the game when the ads start. You just picked it back up, still a noob by most standards? I mean, 150 hours, you're probably having fun at this point. Let's say you're as experienced as most. Maddie in YouTube chat. A lot of people have referred to Dwarf Fortress running quite well on Steam Deck. I personally haven't because I don't own one. But I know plenty of people have. Dylan Artha, what up? It's good to see you. What were you up to today? How was the stream? Just trying to think how I can make this. Probably just go across the top here. Does they feel like I'm Mr. Dwarf Fortress? I guess. I don't really. I guess I don't know what response they're expecting. Is maybe the better question. Oh, that sucks. I've had those in the past, Ellen. They're the worst. I forgot to pause, my bad. Sure, which is why, well, I don't really have a military entropy, but yeah, see, that part is where well, not conspiracy theory. The thing that people think that I do the most that confuses me is the number of people that I've run into who think that I work for KitFox. It's like, I don't think KitFox could afford my salary. I mean, maybe they could, but like, what's the point? I'll be honest, I've lost the context of what that question is for. Entropy. Woof, that's pretty bad. Telenartho. Are you on direct line or cable? Or fractured, torn open limbs, debilitating to bronze colossi? Not really. Why? Nothing is debilitating to a bronze colossus. A bronze colossus with like no arms could still kill your dwarves. Cable? Yeah, that's probably why then. I'm also on cable. I make up for it with the ridiculous amounts of speed that I have. I do read the YouTube chat. What are you talking about, Calm Tree? Which is also why I lost the context for that other question in Twitch chat, because I'm reading two chats and also trying to keep track of two conversations and ad breaks. Remember earlier I was saying that this job isn't as hard as people tell you it is? It is, but very capable of like completely losing track of what I was talking about because there's a lot of things going on. On this thing. This thing actually has like a time limit, so let's just get this done. Uh-oh. Well, I failed a guild, because this is a farmer's guild. Not the one I was planning to make. Oh, shit. That's awkward. Sorry to the Stoneworkers Guild, the guild that I wanted to make. Kind of got distracted by the death. What's up, Peculiar? One of your forts was attacked by a cyclops and a cat joined in on the fighting alongside your dwarves. I've seen bunnies join in with fighting, cats, dogs, chickens, ducks. Someone asked how the fort was going. I mean, hey. I mean, I do look at the YouTube chat, but the reason I don't look at it as much is because it never moves as quickly. Like and I don't feel like pressuring the YouTube chat into, well, not pressuring, but encouraging the YouTube chat, I guess, to talk more, because YouTube is not really designed for live chat like the Bearded Fogs. Let's call you the Bearded Fields. If I can. Yeah. Bearded Fields, that's a good farmer dwarf name. But YouTube is like live streaming just isn't really set up for live streamed content as well as Twitch is. So it's just a lot easier to, you know, make 4 wheelbarrows. It's way easier to just assume that everybody is lurking or somewhere else in the feed and not at the live point, because statistically about 60% of the audience isn't actually watching live. At least according to my analytics. Belly full of taco? Only one taco? Must have been a big taco. Bastet, hope you enjoyed your taco. Do animals have attributes? I think is the actual question. I don't think, do animals have attributes? Animals don't have attributes, so no, they don't gain attributes. They wouldn't gain attribute stats because they don't have attributes. Unless they're like cats, where they have certain inherent attributes, but I would presume the answer would be no. I don't need 10. Let's just do 4. You're usually hours behind, which is why Twitch is a better platform for live streamers and also live chat, right? Because you can do that on Twitch too. You can jump to the VOD in real time and then watch just the VOD. You can absolutely do that. But it cuts you out from the chat, so like it's pretty abnormal for somebody to be typing in Twitch chat while the stream is live and also not actually be watching live, whereas that's pretty common on YouTube. I'm glad you like the vibes, John. You've seen chickens get the frail attribute? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really pay attention to things like inheriting attributes. I mean, none of my yaks have attributes. I don't know everything here. I mean, these guys do. I also have some crocodiles, by the way. I should start raising crocodiles, shouldn't I? I have a breeding pair of cave crocodiles. They eat the olm, though. Hi, behind. I'm blind. But because I have, this is something I should have dealt with a while ago, because I have the things to make tame cave crocs, we should absolutely do that. We're also going to eat that giant giant lunch. Beardless cricket? Oh, trust me. If it exists to do with animal breeding, it's been talked about, requested, suggested, and talked about, suggested, requested ad nauseum. That's, like, if you go look at the old suggestions forums, that's stuff like that is stuff people have been suggesting since 2009. Cricket, Plank Lakes, excuse me, has an incredibly calm demeanor. is very trusting and tends to avoid any physical, Miss Physical, yeah, physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respect for martial prowess. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. Generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future and tries to do things correctly each time. Enjoys the company of others and tends to consider what others think of her. She occasionally overindulges, and she has a fast-paced life. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. It's like Jake from State Farm, but it's Bismuth from YouTube. No, they're apparated into existence on behalf of the fortress. But after that, it's based on the populations that the game has available. Liminal. Although sometimes the game does exist, because, okay, so the population of like 10,000 in a big city in Dwarf Fortress isn't literal. It has 10,000 dwarves, but not all of them have history. So if they don't have history, if they're not a notable figure, as in if like you go here and they don't have any family or friends, the game is generating them into existence. But it is taking from a limited possible population. So it is, but it isn't. Basically, it's creating historical figures. But historical figures pre-exist, which can also migrate to the fortress, if that makes any sense. So the game pulls from both historical figures, which are the ones that usually, like this is a historical figure, right? Like this dwarf before they got here was a historical figure. Same with their husband and their aunt. This whole family tree is known historical figures. So if they migrate to a fort, they'll have family, they'll have relations, and they'll be pre-known. Unless they're lying about it, which is also possible. So each faction has a known population. You can create a lot of historical figures in adventure mode by talking to people. You can create a lot of historical figures by creating traumatic events in populated areas in adventure mode. But if you're just playing Fortress mode, you'll get a lot of dwarves with no history, and those are dwarves that are being brought into existence because of your fortress from the calculated population of the faction. Yes. Could you, in theory, discover a criminal dwarf by knowing their family trees? I saw a criminal goblin because I recognized that they knew one of my dwarves, and I was like, weren't you a gang leader? And then I interrogated them, and yeah, they'd been extorting money from people for ages and were plotting to steal my stuff. So yes, you absolutely can. Or like a vampire, as an example. Just make up for other things. If they won't make friends, lock them in a space where they'll make friends. Like, something that I'm thinking about doing in this fort, which I should probably just unpause the game and do, is basically setting up a party season where I forbid all non-critical jobs and then just tell them to stand in the tavern and chat and hang out. That's basically all you can do. Kumil likes bituminous coal, rose gold, and lapis lazuli, as well as muskox hoof mail shirts, and the sound of the talp suitor and the sight of the cardinal blossom, and when possible prefers to consume one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates large roaches. She has a grating, raspy voice, and her upturned hair... Her nose is upturned, and her hair is clean-shaven. Her upturned hair. She's married to Uzel, and is a former member of the Late Mountain. I like that name. It's a good name. But yeah, I think it is time for us to do a forced fun zone once we get this done anyway. I do need a new broker, however. Congrats, Pebble. You're now my broker. Also, isn't hauling severely limited? It is. Actually, just gonna turn these off. Same with you three. Also just going to, aside from the construction stuff and the blocks, start pausing tasks. Lobster. Thanks for the 6 months in advance. Holy shit. Appreciate you. And for the 4th month. That's quite the commitment. Holy crap. Cheers, mate. I think your dwarf's still alive, too. Yeah. Very peculiar. Currently, you're hauling giant Olm fat. Oh, trust me. Competitions and contests and all that have been on the to-do list for Dwarf Fort for a very long time, and I agree it would be neat. That's something that I would love to see. Definitely has been on their to-do list forever, pretty much. So they bring all this over. You know, actually, I don't think I need to zone this. I think what I need to do is just let them cleave through the last of the tasks, because there's a few more tasks that really need to be done right now, and a lot of them are like hauling related and such. But if I just let things sit for a little bit, and then maybe forbid this minecart, they'll all just go down here. The last thing that I do actually need to do before I check other things is I make sure that other dwarves don't need bedrooms, because I did get some migrants. And yes, some dwarves were found dead, but it's gonna bother me. Why don't I instead do this? Howdy, Lennox. Today's been a decent day on your end? Well, that's good to hear. After retiring your last fort, your dwarf fortress civs at war with 2 other dwarf civs and some humans and elves too. I wonder what happened. Apparently half the world bonded together in war. Legends ain't helping. Sounds like you need to let time progress a little bit. Or look at time by ages. So this is a artifact statue. I'm going to move it over to here, so that I don't fail this guild hall. That's why I'm moving it. Because I don't have much in the way of high value stuff at the moment. The game's about to save as well. Okay, so this is now a high enough value. So I've satisfied the need for that guild hall. The last things that are happening, I presume, are boulders are getting hauled. Let's pause both of those. Pause that. So currently, most tasks that are getting done are just digging, and that'll allow us to get these last few bedrooms done. Because I only need like 3 or 4. I'm just gonna use boulders. It's just for floors. It's more for my sanity than anything. Because I only need, what, 2 more bedrooms? If you remove a value from a guild hall after it's been accepted, what happens? They request that you rebuild it. Like, they issue a new demand for it. And then if you don't rebuild it, then they get mad. Like, if the guild hall falls below the desired value, then it's considered essentially a failure. And you have to fix it. Feel for these dwarves. They've seen some shit. They've definitely seen some shit. I should also make this into one big dining room and make a bigger tavern, I think. I think I skimmed through that mod not too long ago. I will say be cautious with some mods that require DF hack compatibility, because a lot of crashes are attributed to DF hack injecting code. So if you're going to use a bunch of those mods, just check to see if there's any reported conflicts. Because that's how you get, what I put this, save files getting borked by multiple conflicting mods. Hope I'm feeling better. It's always a trap question for me, but I'm okay at the moment. I'm feeling less bad. How's that? Still not brilliant. There's a giant truck blocking the road at the moment. I think it's to do with the construction, but... Hope they have a flagger up. No, totally. I see it today. I getcha. That's definitely a RimWorld thing, doodad. Although rough floors are easier to trip on, but dwarves don't really trip much these days. Currently, we're just kind of letting the dwarves run down our food supply and our drink supply to get some much-needed R&R and socializing time. Is the construction noise better this week? No, it's still the same. It's just about 10 meters further up the street now. So, still pretty fucking terrible. Also, I don't think these have been started up in the Twitch chat. Hold on, let me see. Winter Z, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Check, can I get a round of beers? Appreciate you for waking up the YouTube, or for waking up the Twitch chat again. That's a lot of months, Winter Z. Thanks for sticking around, continuing to watch the channel. But no, I mean, they're going all the way up my street, so they're just... It was really bad for about a month. But now it's about, like, there in relation to me, and this wall behind my computer is, like, the edge of my apartment. So they're, like... Basically, where they were initially was right underneath my living room. Then they were right next to my office, and now they're just past it. So it's still the same. I can still hear it. It's just... not as bad. It also hasn't been as hot, so, you know, that helps. That does, in fact, help, because I can just, you know, use this fan and not worry about things so much. Why are you just standing right there? This dwarf is just conducting meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting and not really getting to leave their office very much. What a poor dwarf. What a poor dwarf. I think something else I'm going to do here is I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a gift shop. There's also a ghost I need to deal with. Amulets. I'm just going to put a little amulet stockpile right here. Get rid of bins. Also, who's the ghost? Logan! Once that gets done, we can move forward. Kind of expecting a migrant wave soonish. So here's hoping they claim some of these. Them all getting hauled in here. At least for the dwarves who want to acquire objects. Because they're more likely to claim things as theirs if they're available to be picked up. You could feel the drilling. Oh yeah, no, that's... for reference, they dug maybe, I don't know, 4 meters down into solid rock through a road using a giant, like, jackhammer on the end of an excavator to replace power cables in the road, which is something they need to do, so I'm totally fine with that. But my fucking god, it's annoying. Okay, actually... just gonna start making slabs again because I do need to make those slabs. So at this point, I go here. Basically, everybody's socializing or storing owned items, which is also good. So they're either putting their own stuff away, which is good. This dwarf's irritated upon wearing old clothing. You're not even wearing that much old clothing. It's literally just your shoes. Oh, I see. You just went and got new shoes. Right. You're putting your old shoes away. The dwarves have an opportunity to finish hauling stuff, put stuff away. But also, like, unforbid this and slowly get a surplus of stuff there. Yeah, these aren't always the most interesting parts of Dwarf Fortress gameplay, but they're very, very, very necessary. Sir Vix appears to be putting that memorial away. Or constructing that memorial. Also, apparently, they just got haunted by the dead. So maybe it's for the best that they're the one putting the memorial away. That memorial was Logum. Slab reads in memory of Logum. Born in 326, suffocated, slain by the rooster... Datan, rooted vessels, in at one with Amber. Chad, imagine that being put on your like gravestone. Suffocated and slain by a rooster. Also, is Datan alive? No. Must have been a while ago that happened. That is very funny. What an honorable way to go. What's suffocated by a rooster? I mean, I couldn't agree more. So how long do you guys think we should... Ooh, shit. The most upset dwarf is no longer the most upset dwarf, which is Entropy. I feel like Entropy should just be left to chillax for a bit. Is there an advantaged base design? I mean, can certain layouts be advantageous to, like, I guess it depends on what you define as advantageous. Do you mean, like, high value? Like, you need to be more specific. But, like, if what you mean is, are there ways to build your fortress that are advantageous to the player? Duh. course. Do you need to? I mean, if the bedrooms are like here and the fortress is like here, you're gonna have some upset dwarves because they're gonna be hungry in between running to and from their bedroom and sleepy and might fall asleep on the floor. Nobody's died since you've tuned in today, with the exception of a dwarf that wasn't that dwarf, Bismuth. We've literally lost one dwarf. So, of course, your insect nonsense is not dead. I will say that asking every 30 minutes if your dwarf is alive is kind of the dwarf fortress equivalent of the kid in the back seat going, "Are we there yet?" I mean, it is a fair question in some instances, but it's been pretty calm today. Going down and back up to individual rooms, just curious, why are they doing that? Is that what you're asking? Is you're a dwarf yet? You don't have one. How could they be dead if you don't have one? But if are you in an ad, Urban Nomad? Because currently there's an ad running. But the reason they're going to and from bedrooms is very simple. Oh, why did I design it like that? Because it looks cool. And so I don't need to make doors? I mean, 90% of the things I do for bedrooms is because I think they look cool. Because it's different. If you do the same thing every fort, isn't that boring? I mean, down here I've got this, here I've got this. I like variety. But the reason I did it initially was because I had 6 dwarves for like the first year, and the first 2 migrant waves got completely killed. Or first few migrant waves got mostly obliterated. And because I had such a low population, I didn't want to like spend time making doors. So I used stairs so that I could multi-select bedrooms without making doors, but mostly just because they look cool. And proper caverns? On the topic of fort creation, like location, I try and select a faction that's close-ish, but these days, like, the dwarves are pretty good at getting across things like mountain ranges, so it doesn't matter so much. It used to matter a lot more. Like, if you were in a secluded area back in the day, like, you'd never get migrants. Now you seem to somehow get migrants regardless of where you are. Like, by all accounts, I shouldn't be getting migrants here, because there's no other... Like, this area is completely locked off, and there's no other civilization connected to my faction in this area, but somehow I do get migrants, so I don't know. I don't really worry about it these days. If you're not getting migrants, it's usually due to outside factors that isn't, like, distance to home faction. Lucifer Love's story, the scholar has been possessed. Right, I need to make a library, don't I? Bone carver, hey? Technically an open space loft, yes. Well, at least for those bedrooms. Thanks, Dad. Square Doodad in YouTube chat says, boring is what dwarves do in the mines. Uh-huh. Well, aesthetically, it is uninteresting to do the same thing everywhere. But how do you get a fort with predominantly non-dwarves? You don't. Is actually what you do. You don't. What you can do is just accept every single bard and random duder who shows up at your fort and be like, live here, you doofus! And then, like, wait until they become citizens and then sit there twiddling your thumbs for the next 10 years. Or you cheat with DF hack using the make own command, or you mod the game. But you don't predominantly play with non-dwarves. Yes. That is what that was, Tibe, which is why I cackled at it. You've been noticing your fort slowing down lately? You think that it might be a distance the dwarves have to travel from the surface to the caverns and where you're making stuff? I mean, it's possible. I mean, if you've got really weird pathing, that is possible. And I know that, like, on some people's systems, large spaces can cause slowdown. I don't run into that so much, like large open spaces, not like a large map. Well, that too, but like this is going to cause more lag than this because there's more options for where they can path on some systems. I don't really notice much of a difference on my system these days, but that's because I have a pretty fat computer, so your mileage may vary, basically. Just get all that knocked down. What do you do with it? You can train it and then release it, and then try and babysit it using burrows until it becomes less pissed off at its existence. There really isn't anything that you can do with a gremlin outside of trying to get it into your like military or noble status for bragging rights. But there is literally nothing you can actually do with it. So this is an artifact being made out of a stray giant olm bone and yak leather. That's pretty cool. But quite literally, there is nothing you can actually do with it outside of trying to make it join your faction, purely for the purposes of bragging rights. This dwarf is becoming a proficient counselor. Oh, all is about as well as it can be. Anander. Okay, so I'm thinking about building a new tavern. Because this one is very small. I'm just trying to think where to put it. Can you get gremlins to marry? Sure, good luck getting two. Or I mean, I presume so. I've never seen it happen. On paper, it's possible. Lucifer Love Story, the scholar, has created Ostral, a giant olm bone chain, and offers it to the strangled weasel. That's kind of cool. Throw this down in, you know, it just dawned on me I don't have a well. I should make a well. So what I'm going to do... That's not what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is... go to here. Go to here. Go to here. Well... go to here. And then make a well right there. What are those grates near the staircase? Aesthetics. That's it. Literally. I needed something to cross and I had grates and I thought that they'd look neat. So I made grates. Like I said earlier, the answer to most of what I do in this game is because it looks cool. Also, seriously, Anander, how you been? Yeah, I've never had multiple gremlins. I mean, you gotta remember, I have had 3 fortresses in my entire life playing this game that have successfully had gremlins in them. One of them is a video that you can find now on the YouTubes. One of them became a captain of the guard. And the last one was just running around in my fort kind of aimlessly in the last fort. And it was all because of a theoretical joke that I made multiple years ago. But it took me like maybe 5 years to actually pull that joke off after it was made. Maybe not quite that. Maybe about 3 years. So don't focus on gremlins. It's just I've played too much of this game and I can brag about the fact that I had a tame gremlin in my fort. Not really something that has actual weight or reason behind it. It's just kind of a Lamau, you did it kind of deal. And don't think of it as much more than that, because otherwise you'll probably just disappoint yourself. I'm just going to set these to be dumped. Okay. And then the last thing I can do is I can go up here and do this. Okay, fine. I'll put the last jet block right there. Then I will put a hole right here. And obviously this ain't going to be a, usable aquifer for a little bit of time still. But hopefully it'll be enough. Actually, let's just suspend this briefly. Go one further down over here. Nope, can't go one further down over there. So that'll go into people's bedrooms. But as you can see, it's occasionally flooding. Uh-oh. That's concerning. Brass Thunder's Onual. Let's see, are you memorialized? About the death of Dwarf story is always the go-to. What's your story for showing its depth? I just explain how World Gen works. I try to avoid the old bugs because often I find telling people about old bugs in Dwarf Fortress just makes people think that they're still actively there. And I know that, like, cats licking their paws and dying of alcohol poisoning is funny. It is genuinely really funny. I'm not gonna lie. But I think that issues arise when, like, I think maybe explaining how vampires work is a better way these days. Like how you can spreading vampires by forcing dwarves to drink vampire blood water. Stuff like that. Or just how the personalities work or how the faction diplomacy works. I think that when you explain how Dwarf Fortress works based on bugs, it gives people the wrong idea. Because, yeah, Dwarf Fortress has bugs. Every game has bugs. But very few of them are game-breaking in that kind of way. And there's a lot of things that are just odd design choices in Dwarf Fortress that are attributed to bugs that have either been patched or don't exist that actively make the game worse sounding. So, as somebody who is... You need to remember, this is my job. Financially benefited by more people being interested in trying and learning this game. Me talking to people about all of these bugs that this game has makes people less interested in playing it. They laugh at the meme for 10 seconds and then they go, fuck that game's buggy. And then they go play something else. And that's a negative for me. So I try not to talk about the old bugs, as funny as some of them have been in the past. Purely because I do think it is kind of a negative to the game as a whole to talk about the game in that way. But, it's also a reputation that the game will never outlive, which is a shame, but also it's history. Now let's read about this chain once it gets placed. But yeah, my favorite way is to just kind of explain like the ridiculousness of the world gen when people want to talk about the depth of Dwarf Fortress. So this chain is a giant ulm bone chain. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant ulm leather and encircled with bands of giant ulm bone. This object menaces with spikes of yak leather. Or like, maybe at this point, I think, if somebody asks me who is outside of the realm of watching my stream about the depth of Dwarf Fortress, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of just link my 10 years of following a single dwarf video. Yeah, I need a little bit more access to the aquifer here. Like, that's honestly, I know that that's like kind of self-serving, but that's honestly what I do. Sure. I don't know how much that would make the game seem deep to somebody who isn't already playing it, but... maybe if you play a lot of games like this, it would help in that sense. There we go. That'll give us a lot more aquifer surface area to fill up this well. Dwarf number 1. Dwarf number 2. Another ghost has risen. You see, here's the problem with that video, Romanoid Troll. He didn't record... I hope he never remakes that video. And I've talked about this more times than I should and wish I didn't have to. He didn't record any of that footage, from what I can tell. All of the footage in that entire video is stolen from small Dwarf Fortress YouTubers, and he didn't give any of them credit. Which is why, like, it gets deleted whenever you post it in the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. He gave them credit weeks after the fact, because people complained. After it got the majority of the views. It also made the Dwarf Fortress community borderline, inhospitable for a minute. And since then, he used some Dwarf Fortress footage in a video that someone sent to me once and goes, "Is this your footage?" And I think it might be. So no, fuck that guy. Fuck that guy, fuck that video. Give people credit right away if you use other people's footage. And no, I don't monetize my videos is not a good excuse. If you're making money off of a third-party funding platform, get fucked. It's not fair use, it's theft. So I don't think he's ever actually played this game. I mean, maybe he has now, but at the time, I don't think he'd ever actually played it. Because he also parodied a lot of old, out-of-date stuff that wasn't possible at the time, as if it was accurate at the time. As if he recently experienced it in-game. Which can get fucked. I'm glad somebody else agrees with me on that, Zephyr. But hopefully the majority of people are tolerable in that community. I had a pretty good experience when I streamed it. But I've definitely played games before that, like, whew, the community has taken years to recover. I'm looking at you, Caves of Cud. It's still difficult to, like, stream that game now without running into that crud. Okay, an Engraver's Guild. That's what we need to do. Who am I talking about stealing footage? The video that Romanoid mentioned. I don't really want to say it out loud if I can avoid it. Fuck it. It's Seth. Seth's video about Dwarf Fort. Just look up Seth Dwarf Fortress, you'll find it. Well, I mean, that video also, the way it talks about all those stories, it's worded in first person as if it was his experiences, which they clearly weren't. So, some feel more malicious than others, Wintersy. So that'll fill up our well. There we go. Ghostly Dwarven child has been put to rest. Oh, absolutely. That was one of the reasons. Darius. Ironically, though, like, his Path of Acra video didn't ruin the Path of Acra community, miraculously. Okay, so I don't like having this conversation because I don't like talking smack about other creators. Early era Seth was very, I'm going to use my audience to infest this other audience for the purpose of self-promoting my content. That is a strategy that he's pretty clearly used. Whether he was doing it intentionally or not, it's hard to say. But that is where a large portion of that dude's promotion came from. That's where he got a lot of his audience, is by essentially weaponizing his audience into promoting him. Which is a very good way to grow a stream, but also a very bad way to cultivate a tolerable community. At least if you want any semblance of maturity, or kindness, or, like, respectability. He doesn't do that so much these days. And it's funny, because, like, if you talk to his old core community, they're like, he lost his spine, and, like, I've even seen some comments on his videos saying that. I think he got the hint, because he really doesn't do that as much anymore, if at all. At least I haven't seen it in any of his recent stuff. But it doesn't change the fact that it's really difficult for me to feel okay about his behavior in the past. You generally assume it's malicious even when it's laziness? Yeah, like I said, it's really difficult to say. So this is an engraver guild that I made a while ago. So I've agreed to build a guild hall. What that actually means is I've agreed to upgrade this one. I don't have any instruments. Let's get you cutting gems and encrusting furniture with cut gems. And I'm going to get a second gem cutter. Actually, let's take this out to here. Because he didn't give credit in the video. Romanoid. The only way you'd know is if you, like, watched Krug Smash around the time that it came out, or watched DOS Tactic around the time that it came out. It's the only way that you would know.
The monthly tribute to the mountain home. Crypt L Crypt R.
Kid Ranos, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Welcome back, dude. Thanks for continuing to help keep the channel funded. Although, that being said, if Seth wants to remake that video and give everybody full credit, that I'd be okay with. I mean, heck, if he wants to license my footage, I'd even consider that. But he'd have to give everybody full credit. I don't think he'd do that, though, for some reason. All right, let's go jewelers. Although, actually, let's just make rock blocks. At least he doesn't copyright strike videos? Okay, so hold on a second. Copyright striking videos is what you do when somebody steals your work. So we should be copywriting strike, or not me, because my footage isn't in there, but the people whose footage in there should have copyright struck him. Let's not say who's worse because this or that. Fuck that. That's not the point of the discussion. Like, fraudulently enacting copyright on your behalf is fucked. But that's a different thing entirely to what I'm talking about. Square Dude, are you talking about the Gremlin video in YouTube chat? I mean, I'm proud of that video if that's what you're talking about. You still consider yourself a normie gamer or content creator showcasing the game to be more positive than negative? I don't agree because I stopped streaming Dwarf Fortress for the better part of a year. Not quite. About 8 months. After that, I started streaming it infrequently at the time, and the community was just completely insufferable. It also completely brought back a lot of very shitty memes within the Dwarf Fortress community. So I'll say this. It depends on your sense of humor. If you're an edgelord, then certainly. All press is good press. However, if somebody actively damages the community of a game, and makes places have to be moderated heavier, and makes places like public chat rooms, forums, fan base forums, etc. less pleasant to be around for the people who've been there the whole time, it's rarely a positive. Especially in the days that he did that for Dwarf Fortress, which was when Dwarf Fortress was free. He shows up and promotes a whole bunch of stuff and a whole bunch of stories from versions of the game that were multiple versions of out of date already. Talked about gimmicks, mechanics, and ways to min-max the game that had been patched out the better part of a decade ago. Talked about and used footage from people without giving them credit. There's no positive there. That would be like somebody reviewing Destiny 1 right now as Destiny 2. Like, launch day Destiny 1 on the Xbox 360. Was that on 360? Was it 1? Xbox. Whatever Xbox that came out on. I think it was the Xbox One, not the 360. But on the Xbox One. Sorry, Xbox's naming convention is fucked. Right now, as if it was the same game. Or like reviewing like a version of Warframe using footage of Warframe from 8 years ago, using commentary and memes from 6 years ago. Like, it's not a positive. That's a net negative. When you're talking about niche games, like, you just said, like, you play gacha games. Sure, but those games are huge in most cases. Most of those games, the popular ones, are giant. Millions of people playing them. When you're trying to educate somebody about a niche small game with a tight-knit small community, like, this Space Station 13 video. Like, it takes months. Caves of Cud is still recovering from his Caves of Cud video. Still. Like, there are negative reviews on that game on Steam with hundreds of hours parroting things that he said in that video. Yes, all press is good press, but shitty press can ruin a community. And for some small games, community is all we got. I'm very happy that the Dwarf Fortress community has largely recovered from that video, because it's still tolerable, and it became tolerable again. And the Steam release helped. But mate, there was times here. You're not a ghost, Rev. Still popping by. It's more than enough for me. I don't want to talk about this twat bag anymore. Beard or no beard, Lida? I want beardless. Beardless pigeon. Got Ficod. I got a... Actually, a lot of these doors are getting named now. We got a presser. What do you think? Engraver? Presser? What rolls with you? Happens to the best of us, Dura. You know what, Rev? Same. Engraver's fine? Gotcha. Unless you want me to call it Laya Laya. You've created Gornelius Olonbash Kon, which is that ring from not too long ago that is placed right here. So that's your artifact. She is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and is a pessimist. She is given to flights of fancy, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She tends to reveal personal information, and she tends to avoid crowds. She does not easily develop negative feelings, and she is often cheerful. She is slow to anger, and she often feels lustful. She has a greedy streak, and she is somewhat quarrelsome, even though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She is not particularly ambitious, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. And when she gets excited, she often tells stories without any real, point. And she often talks to inanimate objects when she's nervous. Well, let me tell you this. Urban Nomad says, I think most of us aren't streamers and have never seen the numbers behind the scenes. I think what you need to realize, have any of you ever gone to a Steam forum and gone, man, this sucks, and then closed it and left? Have you ever done that? Have you ever felt that? She isn't particularly interested in what others think of her. She gets excited and she often tells stories without any real point. She often talks to inanimate objects when she's nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of raising a family and personally values independence, values a harmonious existence, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. And does not particularly value the truth. She likes bismuth, cinnamon, glossier, giant mountain goat tooth, coral, jute fabric, the color amber, crescents, bolts, backpacks, bracelets, and llamas for their long necks. In the words of the lilac of embracing, in the words of the lilac of embracing and the sight of the saffron of trotting. And when possible, prefers to consume hagfish, blueberry wine, and hates lizards. Worship Kilrud, and you have quite a few friends in the fort. I'm noticing that a lot. A lot of these dwarves have friends. So the reason I ask, do you ever go look at the Steam forums and go, fuck this, nope. The reason the Steam forums are like that is because you get points on Steam for getting very heavily interacted posts, a lot of rewards, positive or negative, and you can spend those points on things to then trade for real money. So people just go around trolling Steam forums to get a lot of responses and a lot of awards, positive or negative, for the purpose of earning Steam points so that they can buy things like Counter-Strike crates for gambling. You're basically enabling an audience to be as shitty as possible, to get as many comments as possible, to get as many responses as possible, to get channel points. You're incentivizing a negative feedback loop. So because of that, a lot of people go to the Steam forums and go, oh, fuck this, and then just leave immediately. I would even say that like the Steam Workshop is similar to this, where people post shitty mods for games that are awful, that get moderated out pretty quick, but if they get an award or 3, that's enough. So when you think about it in that context, if you incentivize people to be shitty in a community, and it makes the community less pleasant, people are less likely to interact. This includes Discords. This includes forums. This includes places like Reddit. This includes official channels, comment sections. And the worse the community gets, example B, see Escape from Tarkov comment sections anywhere, the less pleasant the community as a whole becomes, which makes people less interested in participating in the community, which makes the community more sterile, which helps the game die. If that's a big game, okay, fucking doesn't matter. You know, like if we're talking like Battlefield or Call of Duty, doesn't fucking matter. You know, millions of people are playing that game. People can go find their niche sub-community and it's fine. If it's a niche game with a couple thousand people playing at most on a big day and not a lot of people watching the streams or not a lot of people watching YouTube videos and half of the comments are like that, are those people that aren't like that going to continue interacting? It's the reason that, like, if somebody shows up in my chat and is an asshole, I don't really care what your politics or beliefs are. If you're polite, I don't really care. But if you show up and you're an asshole, I'm going to ban you. And you could be a millionaire who is about to tip me $1,000. But if you're an asshole, I'm going to ban you. I don't care who you are. You need positive influences backing a community to keep and maintain a positive community. If you don't, the community atrophies and falls apart. And no game or community is immune to that. Every game will atrophy and collapse if you permit it to. So while all press can be good press, if the game is already very large, if a game is based on things like a wiki being maintained, things like people helping people learn through guides. If you have an influx of an exponentially larger number of people that don't get along with the pre-existing community, that makes the pre-existing community more insular and less interested in pushing the game outwards to other people. And the cycle continues. You get less guides posted publicly, less people are interested in becoming creators for the game, word of mouth gets lessened, and unless you get really lucky, often the game fades. I've seen it happen. It becomes, the original community becomes gatekeeping because they're constantly bombarded by less pleasant individuals. It's very hard to explain because having existed outside of that for so long, this is gonna be Celestes. Having existed outside of that for so long, when I see it happen in like a small portion of a game that I enjoy, it freaks me out. Because suddenly there is just this influx of, oh God, we have to make this go away. We have to make this stop. This can't continue. So not all press is good press. A lot of weird or mixed press can be good. Criticism can be good. But if somebody throws a wall of incredibly negative individuals into a community, it just makes the community worse. As an example, go to the Steam Workshop and refresh until you see one of the mods that removes all gay dwarves from Dwarf Fortress pop up. They do exist. There are crappy people in the Dwarf Fortress community. It's like every other day or so, there's one or two of them that pops up. Why? It's a bunch of problematic weirdos, mostly. They should probably go outside and, drink some fresh water instead of just Coca-Cola or something. It's because that's what happens when you have an influx of people like that. So, I've said my piece. Like, literally, the first mod that I saw pop up on the Steam Workshop when Dwarf Fortress released was a dwarf, well, not the first, but one of the first, like, couple dozen mods that popped up. The first were all, like, finished before the game released. But one of the within the first few days of release, I will never forget this mod, was a mod that removed all of the skin tones for dwarves. So dwarves are only white. Like, come on. The fuck? Like, the fuck's wrong with you? And you also need to remember that, like, a lot of Dwarf Fortress's notoriety and renown came from something awful in 4chan, right? So, like, as much as I love this game, it has certainly come from a place of questionable origin in some cases. And that's not really a fault of the game, it's more of a fault of its circumstance. But it's something that the early days of Dwarf Fortress had to outgrow. Something awful in 4chan. It's very easy to do. Like, it's one of the easiest mods to make for Dwarf Fortress. It's literally just like one line of text you need to remove from some really basic RAWs. Like, you just need Notepad and a computer and a little bit of knowledge of the game files, Lanix. It's very easy to do. Also, you don't even see gay dwarves that often in Dwarf War, which I've always found kind of funny. Like, they're not the most common. Like, they do pop up from time to time, but... Olon has risen from the grave. Olin. Part of what I'm doing today, as well, is, like, playing slowly so that... Part of what I'm doing today is playing a little slowly so that I can get rid of all these ghosts. But, not quite there yet, but we're getting there. No, totally. Zortos. Totally. Like, people... I think there's... Okay. If you want to play the villain and commit horrible crimes in a fantasy world, on paper, I'm totally fine with that. I mean, like, the only fun I ever had playing fucking Skyrim was literally being a vampire home invader. Like, I had a lot of fun playing Skyrim as a terrible person. However, I am aware that I was being a horrible person and was doing it because that is a way of role-playing in a video game as a bad guy. When you're being the horrible person and saying that's the only way to play, I start to question how far your roleplay is going here. Like, there's nothing wrong with being the bad guy in a video game. Being the bad guy in a video game is a lot of fun. I mean, hell yeah, I've been the bad guy in Dwarf Fort many times. But when you stop talking about it as a role play and, like, start talking about it as the only way to play, my hair stand on end a little bit. How's the value doing here? What are the ghosts from? The piles of dead dwarves on the surface? So the surface murders dwarves. These are all the dead dwarves that I am aware of. There's more than that. And I don't often have the chance to memorialize them before the recently dead gets cleared because of all these combat logs that are happening in real time. Because the game can only have 2,000 logs at any given time. And this is happening in real time at all times. Because these zombie elk are infinitely fighting each other and are incapable of hitting each other from the looks of things. Maybe eventually they will. But they are infinitely fighting alongside of various other creatures that are infinitely fighting, like who are chasing each other, probably running out of feet and stuff and making it hard for them to walk, so they're moving slowly. But because of the constant fighting, like this cow who's probably going to go fight with this dwarf at some point, there is dead things everywhere on the surface. Like, this is a particularly obvious area right here. Could I go through and manually count every single one of them? I just wait until the ghosts pop up. And then they put them to rest. which is very useful by building those slabs. So that's why this map is so terrible, is because most of the things on the surface become smoke zombies, like this dwarf. I mean, you could say that I'm being kind of evil right now, because I've got a bunch of dwarves in cages. But they are abominable smoke zombies. Fractabellum, thank you very much for the raid. I'm sure somebody is currently. Tungdil. How is Strim? What you up to? Hugs from the goblins. Hello, friendly goblin friends. Man, I haven't heard one of those in a minute. So, fun fact, the backup sound for the local street cleaners around here sound exactly the same as the fire alarm in my old apartment building. From a distance. So I keep hearing this beeping sound and thinking that it's the fire alarm, but it's certainly not. It's just the street cleaners. All right, we've spent almost a summer more or less relaxing. Entropy's once again the most upset dwarf in the fort. And I'm going to check this. The value's high enough on this now, which is good. And the next thing I'm going to do is make a library. Once we get some of these blocks done. Thinking just up here. It's a very important job, but somebody's got to do it, you know? Thankless job, even. A slow meltdown? Oh, no. Well, best of luck. But to anybody who came in from Fracta's stream, thank you. And everybody else, go give Fractabellum a follow if you want more dwarfy content. More things over there that are worth watching. Also, in regards to gay dwarves, I will never get over the dwarf that I had in a fort a couple forts ago, who was married, and his wife died at the very end of the fort. And I remember seeing it and watching him get traumatized by it. Then I started a new fort in the same faction, and that dwarf migrated to my new fort with his husband, who he apparently got married to behind the scenes when I wasn't, like, playing in the 2 weeks or whatever, who looked exactly like him. Like, they had the exact same facial features, so, like, their little sprite here was identical. They had the exact same kind of bowl cut and the exact same beard with the exact same skin tone and the exact same clothes. It was very funny. I laughed so hard. I was like, you two are clones, what the fuck? Except they both kind of looked like, oh, this is maybe a shitty reference, but, like, you know Dumb and Dumber? Dumb and Dumber-er? The bowl cut? Like, they looked like that, except with beards. It was very funny. And all of the, like, all of the recent memories of one of them was, like, very happy after, like, speaking with spouse, and then the other one's just, like, traumatized after losing his wife. I'm like, oh my god. It was adorable and also really sad at the same time. Or the two lesbian dwarves, or one of them became a vampire, which maybe checks out. I don't know. The first dwarf I ever had cursed when the Steam version came out was a lady dwarf who got married to another lady dwarf, and then one of them punched a statue and became a vampire. So I built a wall around her. And then the two of them just hung out, and I made the other one into, like, a priest for that religion. It was a good time. Trashback, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. How's stream? How's playing OG stuff? Is there any thing that you're missing about modern stuff? Since I saw that you were playing the Like version 47, probably. I'm guessing. What version were you playing, actually? Welcome, Raiders.
This is madness!
Madness! Hi, Hobo.
Yeet.
How's things? I guess the oh my god, I'm not gonna read that sentence out loud. That distresses me. Thanks, Hobo, for that. Oi. I mean, it's funny, but I'm not gonna read that out loud. I don't feel like throwing up. That's a bad one. Yep. Version 47's classic all month. You know, the thing that I miss the most when I go back to those versions is just not being able to build on top of floors. You're welcome. I mean, that's what friends are for, right? Right? Right. What Elfie said. Never has there been a more appropriate time for my puking emote. You had a dwarven baroness who had another baroness. I also, speaking of dwarves just getting married to shit, the patch after Tarn added dwarves being able to be swingers happily was the worst time to try and keep a fort alive for 1,000 years, because Bastet's dwarf just hooking up with the entirety of my military might be one of the most infuriating things I've seen happen in real time in Dwarf Fortress, because it's like, we need children and they won't have children if they're not married, and they don't get married if they have if they're just a lover, and they can't get married to multiple dwarves in fort mode. They can only be lovers with multiple dwarves in fort mode. So frustrating. I'm actually just going to allow obsidian to be made into blocks and things. And go to you. Make obsidian. Go to you. I'm gonna make obsidian. All lovers, no kids. Absolutely. They were a very happy poly fam, but it was very irritating. I was very happy when that dwarf died, because all those other dwarves went and got married to various other dwarves in the fort. Yeah, you'd probably have to modify the game's RAWs to allow for, like, a dwarven recreation of Salem's Lot. Being much easier to find in Classic? How so? I mean, artifacts are just... trying to think how they were different in Classic, because it's been a while. Because, like, at this point, you just go to the list and scroll down, right? Do I have an obsidian generator? No, but I did make a bunch of obsidian for unrelated reasons. Because, like, if you want to find artifacts, they're just in this menu. And then the ones that are in your fortress have this button. Well, I literally just read Jerusalem's Lot, which is the prequel to Salem's Lot, which involves a lot of, dude making very large family with many, 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 many ladies. But yes, I was referring to the book. Yeah, no, they... Oh, wait. Are you referring to, like, when trying to put them on display? Because they have their tab. They'd have a tab here. They just don't have a tab in stocks. Oh. I I mean, I guess. I just search for the item type in the stocks and then select it. Unless it's in a bin. But even then, it's just a matter of figuring out where it is and then searching for the bin. It is more straightforward. They're better sorted in that. I do recall that. Another thing I miss about Old Classic is the construction being a little bit easier. Like, being able to type in a barrel W would let you do a wooden barrel. But now I have to do a wooden bear. I have to be in order. I can't type things in out of order. The indexing was better in the older versions. Which honestly, kind of baffles me how that happened, but... What's up, DJ Empirical? I have no idea. Probably impossible. At this point, probably impossible. Neither. I don't think there's ever been a case of older versions of the game being ported forwards into the newer versions of the game. Because you'd probably need to have access to the black box of Dwarf Fortress. Because you'd have to be able to see all of the change. You'd have to be able to modify all of the loading changes from changes to World Gen into the new version. So, like, not possible. As far as I would understand it. You'd need a lot of reverse engineering to do that. Yeah, at this point, for me, it's like... Because I did a lot of classic, like, older version of game playing. While recording stuff for the NoClip documentary for Danny O'Dwyer. And all of the issues that I ran into with older version, all of the things that I think I miss about the older versions are outweighed by the changes that have been made to this version. Like, as many problems as, you know, I've had with this version of the game, I think the positive changes made to this version of the game still outweigh the things that I miss to a point about the older versions. Oh yeah, you could probably make some sort of like macro enable or macro tool to import fort layouts, but I mean, like, I'll be honest, I don't like the changes they made to digging too deeply and greedily, and I've been vocal about that for a long time. I think the whole reason the spoilers thing and the clowns thing for Dwarf Fortress was fun is because this used to be easy to do accidentally. Like, getting through into Adamantine used to be very easy to do completely by accident, without any intent from the player. It used to be very, 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 very easy to do it accidentally. But because that's like kind of a non-thing now, the whole thing's kind of moot. Because, like, you might as well not spoil it, because you have people tuning in going like, how actually do I dig too deeply and greedily? Because I have no idea, and being genuine about it, because, like, it's not a straightforward thing at all. But let's get back to work. Dura, would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? A beardless dwarf. Okay. How's this? Is there any point in getting to adamantine when steel is already more than enough for most encounters? Well, some of us play on maps that don't have every single material on it at all times. 1. 2, there are no steel creatures in the game. 3, no. But the reason digging too deeply and greedily was something people never spoiled in the old days is that people would hit adamantine and go, oh, cool, and then like auto mine it or dig through it immediately, and then suddenly, surprise, boom, hell. Whereas now it's something you have to actively go out of your way to do, or they stumble upon one of the angels or demons and think that's digging too deeply and greedily and go, welp, for it's dead. There's something about being attacked by an army of 1,000 demons versus being attacked by one dude that kills your whole fort. So, but let me ask you this, Entropy. Is there really much point in doing anything in Dwarf Fortress? Riddle me this. Silver warhammers and copper armor is enough to defeat most encounters. Wooden shields, stone swords made of obsidian, and leather armor is enough to beat most encounters. Is there any point to anything in Dwarf Fortress? Literally everything in Dwarf Fortress is bragging rights. This is a game about RPing with yourself. If you need a point for something, or something to be a direct benefit to you, you're kind of missing the point. I mean, that is Dwarf Fortress, Ramanai Trial. It is a game without a tech tree. When people ask, like, is there a point to using quantum stockpiling? No, it's just if you prefer the look of a quantum stockpile over the look of a large stockpile, quantum stockpile. If anything, quantum stockpiling is actually worse because it probably, like, requires you to dig out less, which means you'll have lower skill miners. So, anyway, I need to get this dwarf named. Dura! This makes me think of that anime. Never becomes angry, is greatly pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, lives a fast-paced life, doesn't focus on material goods, and likes a little excitement now and then. She has an active sense of humor, occasionally overindulges, is quite polite, and has an active imagination. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and rarely feels discouraged. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather, and is a hardened individual. Yes, we are up to 44. Devil Duck. You like big stockpile and cannot lie? You other stockpiles can't deny that when a dwarf walks in with an itty-bitty waist and a big stockpile in their place, you get dwarfed? I don't know where I'm going with this. Why do I always do Baby Got Back lyrics for no reason? She likes working outdoors and grumbles mildly at bad weather, and is a hardened individual. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless, and does not care about friendship. She likes lead and gold opal, as well as naff fabric and shields and rings and animal traps and chickens for their clucking and the words of the willful nails and the sound of the top suitor, and when possible, prefers to consume bayberry wine and bilberries, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You get Doug, sure. Works for me. Her hair is clean shaven and she has a clear voice. She's married to my bookkeeper. Welcome to the fort. You just found hematite in this no flux embark? I mean, hey, you got iron. I think that people being unsatisfied with the materials that they find is really silly. Especially because, like, in real life, iron ores are more common than, like, copper. So, like, mechanically, I don't know. I play this game with such sparse mineral set that, like, just kind of don't worry about it. Or I try not to. Let's also go rock bookcase. Not unless you've modded your game. They can be made of steel ore. entropy, but they can't be made of steel. Like, they can be made of, like, hematite. But unless you've modded your game, they can't be made of steel. Because in, like, 90% of cases, that would be a Fort Ender. Suppose that the wiki is wrong, then? I suppose so. Yeah, also gem forgotten beasts are stronger in some cases. Sometime before version 50, gems were the same hardness as steel. Gems are still pretty hard to beat. It's mostly, though, because they can't get tired or die of bleeding. I say it was made of steel. It was made of hematite. I actually went back and checked the VOD relatively recently. It was from ages ago. But no, it was made of hematite, not steel. I've had plenty made of glass. But I'm pretty sure that stuff being made of steel is a mod. Not like people doing stuff vanilla-wise. There's a few, but most of them came out of the beta testing, Antonio. It's one of those things where there aren't going to be a lot of interesting mods until people start making interesting mods. In YouTube chat. There's one complete, like, conversion for the game, but that's been in development for forever. And, doesn't have a tile set, and is very unfinished. The Dwarf Fortress community, as chat loves to remind me, is tiny. So if you know how to use Lua and script in Lua, friend in YouTube chat, go make a cool mod. Then tell us about it. So there is no such thing as steel ore entropy. Steel ore is the combination of iron and alloy. It's an alloy of iron, meaning you could have a Forgotten Beast that is made of hematite. But I don't think you can get a Forgotten Beast that is made of steel. Yes, iron ore, pig iron, steel. Yes, correct. But, like, I've had them made of, like, native copper. Or native platinum. Because that's a stone. What is the main programming language for Dwarf Fortress? It's C and then C++, isn't it? Like, originally it was C, and then it was updated to C++. Well, Tarn started using C++. Eventually. Also don't want this to have bins in it. It's silly. Mixture of C and C++. There you go. Why, were you always a C student like me? Letteran? There's a set list, Cricket. Mom yelled at you if you made C's. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully I'm not bringing back any past traumas. We have no books in the fort, but I'm trying to, at the very least, get a semi-functional library up in here. And I'm also going to try getting entropy over here to go be a scholar to see if that helps. Your horrendous mood. After you go snooze in your lovely bedroom next to your rooster. Maybe this dwarf is upset all the time because they have a pet rooster and the rooster makes rooster sounds in their bedroom Maybe they just haven't slept well since they got here. I know it's not the case, but like, what if? I want to be able to use materials that Forgotten Beasts drop if they're not organic. I understand not being able to butcher, like, mutilated corpses, because that's a 1-to-1 accuracy with, what's the word? With other creatures. Like, if you tell your soldiers to go murder, I don't know, a wild yak, odds are pretty good you won't be able to butcher it. But I want to be able to butcher, like, a Forgotten Beast made of copper ore and get copper from it. Lore-wise, I mean, there are a reason that they're made of metal. Armok, bless the metal. So Armok and the word Armok is a reference to a game that is completely unrelated to Dwarf Fortress. It is a reference to Dwarf Fortress. They called Dwarf Fortress Slaves to Armok, Chapter 2, God of Blood, Dwarf Fortress. Or Slaves to Armok, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. That's it. They called it that purely so that their pre-existing tiny audience didn't think that they were abandoning them and, like, ditching their other project, which was Slaves to Armok. The only relation between Slaves to Armok and Dwarf Fortress is the people who made it. There is no actual connection between the two, and Armok has no existence outside of player theories within Dwarf Fortress. I feel like I've seen a Cockatiel Forgotten Beast. YouTube chat's asking about Cockatiel Forgotten Beast. I definitely saw a peach-faced lovebird Forgotten Beast. I think they're similar to were creatures, where it's or animal people rather, not were creatures, where as long as they're not domesticated, they can show up as a Forgotten Beast. I think that's how that distinction there works. Also, I have a functional well now, which is good. So dwarves can now have showers, which is also probably for the best. Okay, let's go up to here. Dig through this. Through this, dig through that, hack down these. And let's get this sucker done. Are you stuck? Yes, you are. That's awkward. I've got a dwarf stuck in here. Good thing I spotted you. You should be able to get out now. Go get yourself a drink. And unforbid this. I don't know what that means, Letterin. What does kiln can only bisque? Basque? Bisque? Bisque? I don't know very much about pottery, I'll be honest with you. Fascinated by it, don't know much about it. Mostly just see GIFs of it in oddly satisfying forms. Any tools that are available to the faction. Entropy. If a faction is dead, then dwarves are still part of that faction. So whatever that faction historically had access to, if that's the question. Is an intermediate phase of pottery. You fire initially at a lower temp and it hardens the dry clay enough so that you can handle it better. Oh, but still porous. So it's still malleable, but like not practically like a liquid. Interesting. I didn't know that. Let's get some more of this stuff dug out. This should all be safe. This is safe. This would be safe. This may or may not be safe. Probably is safe. I should check if it's safe. Should also check on entropy again once this is done. TIL indeed, Tongue. TIL. You want to be able to build your own Forgotten Beasts? Now, see, that you can do... Okay, you can't build your own Forgotten Beasts because World Gen would generate the Forgotten Beasts. However, with Lua modding, you can create new Forgotten Beasts that will generate, which, while that isn't quite BYOB, build your own beast, it is more or less what you're asking for, I think. But you just need to learn Lua scripting. Speaking of, an engraver withdraws from society, usual. Which means I'm about to get jumped to a workshop somewhere. Craftsdwarf shop. Wants skeletons, stacked leather. We have that. Should have that. Quarry, forest, shining bars, metal. Oh, remove construction. I want to say there still is a mod for making golems. Because Dwarf Fortress secretly kind of has golems. Like, on the map right now, there's several magma men. There's also iron men, which are pretty rare but can occur in certain situations. And iron men are kind of like golems, but dwarfs just can't make them. Mudmen too, yep. Now that I think about it, are there snowmen? I've never seen one if there is. Amethyst men, yes. I think the mysterious dungeons are making a lot of those really odd creatures that are super uncommon slightly more common. You popped hell in your face. Uh-huh, is that what they call it these days? This is an Iron Man and craftsmanship. Craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. Well, I mean, also, technically, like, Bronze Colossi are a golem of sorts. They're an automaton. There goes Laia. What am I doing? Excuse me, Laia? What are you accusing me of? That seems like a pretty large accusation. I don't know. Blind stop sodomizing your viewers, unless. A Dolomite man? I Dolomite know a thing about that. Hello, King. How you been, mate? Speaking of sodomizing viewers. What's up, mate? It's been a moment. I hope life is good. As it can be, at least. What, sodomizing viewers? Only if it's consensual, okay? And if everybody's an adult. Anyone that begs nice. I like how it's not even asks, it's begs. Like, it just places multiple levels of, all caps question marks. I mean, I just learned more about you than I needed to know. Veteran. Just remember, chat, it's all jokes. Twitch isn't a dating website. Unless... Seriously, though. Lava pretty? Accurate. Although I do find it a little hard on the eyes, but... maybe that checks out, if anything. But yeah, no, we were certainly going in a direction, and it leads straight into the fucking sewer. So this I can turn on. This I can fill in. And this I can place a floor grate on. It'd be like animal taming with extra steps. It's also on, like, pro tip for anybody who's new-ish to the game. If you go to Bay 12 website, Tarn references this all the time, so go to the Bay 12 website and go to features. These are all the things that they're aiming to have. And if you go to development, oh, they actually updated this as of February. This is a full list of everything they want to have the game. Or have the game? Have in the game. Let's just zoom out a little bit. This is a full list of everything they want to have in the game. Some of these are in, some of these are not in, some of these are partially implemented, and there's a color code at the top explaining what is what. So if you're just like, man, it'd be cool if they Control F this list. Like, I wonder. I know Tarn has talked about golems and stuff alongside of magic, but basically up here it's partially done, done and released, future goal, subsection of sections, done, next release. That almost never gets updated though. So all of this, everything that's gray, basically. It is a direction. Nobody can deny that, Elfie. I mean, that is also largely intentional. It's just one where, I mean, yes is not an unprompted description of the Dwarf Fortress to-do list. Doop. All right, so I'm going to, real quick, put a garbage dump right here. And just set all of this to be dumped. And then also dig through this. Now I can go down to this, click this, go down to this, click that. Let's get all these boulders out of here. And I'm going to make a rock floodgate. Gonna make one. Gonna make it out of dolomite, because that's lava safe. And also, fuck it, I'm just gonna make this bigger. Because I can, and it's right here. It'd be a shame if I didn't. Meanwhile, Gristeth and Chad's doing a... Well, why did I just walk in? Project Zomboid's roadmap isn't as ambitious as Dwarf Fortress. I will say Project Zomboid does unironically have a slower development cycle, though. Like, they've gone multiple years without a patch more times than Dwarf Fortress has. Okay, so hold on. How silly should I be with this, chat? Because I could just directly turn this... Oh, you know what? Actually, here's what I should do. I should just channel this down. That's what I should do. Just leave it all in the exact same place so I don't even need to move anything. Just channel it down into here. But let's just smooth all the walls first. Let's let them finish this first. This is in the development plan. Magical landforms generalizing and or replacing good and evil regions and the underworld. Yes. There's also a talk that Tarn did a while ago where he talks about his... If you go to YouTube and type in Tarn Adams Myth Magic Generator, you might be able to find it. I need to go specifically look for it to find it these days because I'll be honest, I have a hard time finding some of these old videos because my SEO is too good. And I often just find my videos instead of the old ones that I'm trying to find that Tarn did. Anyway, Tarn's done a bunch of old talks from back in the day where he talks about myths and magic and the actual way he's going to generate that stuff. And it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility. Suffering from success? I don't know about that. It's more just I think a lot of those talks are pretty old, and so YouTube prioritizes newer videos. The amount of times I had to change rooms and designs because they looked too phallic. I forever go back to that that post on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, which was just, I told my dwarves to just dig out a square, and they dug out this, and it's a perfect dick shape. And it's like, make that into the Miners Guild. And so he did. It's a very funny post. Currently in an ad break, so I will pause until the ads are done. Could you imagine if scholars can discover how to use magic? That'd be so hype, especially if it's randomly generated and how it's used. Yeah, who knows? Be fascinating, won't it? Bind-winning ASEO game on Tarn Adams talking about things content? Yeah, kinda. I guess also Dwarf Fortress tutorials. Is this in relation to sodomizing, Josh, or something else? I don't know. Chat's being horny on main. I didn't not start it. If it's in regards to something else, I don't know when that was posted. I had to explain to somebody in real life what posting horny on main means. Which, like, I don't know if anybody actually... It's literally when the time that Ted Cruz accidentally, like, liked an OnlyFans model on Twitter. On his main account. Literally just posting, haha, nerd! Your vampire comment was too much? No, that wasn't what started it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, hello, Holston in YouTube chat. All right, let's unpause this again. Get the last of these boulders hauled out. I think I'm going to knock out this wall. I'm going to replace this with a constructed wall. And then all this I will just smooth. And let's also see if that floodgate has been made. Yeah. Has it been queued up? For a second there, I thought this dwarf was about to start pumping. I was very concerned. Damn it, Pebble! No pumping. Pumping here bad. Golems and stuff, automatons and magical prosthesis. Oh, there you go. I think magical prosthesis may also include, like, regrowing limbs. Which I guess kind of is in the game now, although I don't know if that's set as, like, a partially complete yet. I'm assuming it isn't. Pump it louder later on. The sooner we collectively accept everyone's horny, the sooner we can post horny on main. The amount of ammunition that would give to, like, collective shout, though. Oh, boy. Pump up the jams. Pump it up. What are we even talking about now, chat? Chat is, like, gone so far off the rails we don't even have a train anymore. It's just dust. Clearly suited. A lava drowning room for naughty dwarves? We don't really have naughty dwarves. We just have Entropy, who's just pondering diseases. And it actually is enthusiastic after pondering diseases. So maybe you should ponder diseases more. No, go back to pondering diseases, Entropy. You're doing great. Go drink alcohol and ponder diseases. He's actually, like, seems to be a very possibly good. Please maintain your dignity, he says. He's talking to you. Doesn't like the same old booze, but hey, it's all we got, mate. I could increase the booze variety, but eh. You would like a pondering bearded dwarf. I don't actually think I have any unnamed ones, but I can make one for you. Yeah, all of my scholars are named already. Do you want a beard or no beard? I mean, Entropy, you are becoming a bit of a character. You're just like pissed the fuck off all the time. Like, I don't even know why. From what I can tell, you got spooked by a ghost, you have a pet rooster, and you really, really don't like the fact that you got spooked by a ghost once. Like, you saw a ghost, and also apparently a demon's led body, or an angel's dead body, but well, that's whatever. You got haunted by the dead and it terrified you, and you have some PTSD, and because of that, you were as stressed out as possible, and it kind of, like, doesn't not make sense, but it is really funny. He does, in fact, have a chicken cock, correct. Or a rooster cock. Are chickens the species? No, hens are the female. So yeah, it would be a chicken cock then. Anyways, dumb aside. I had to explain to a lot of people when I played the ASCII version of this game what a guinea cock was. Or why I was saying ostrich cock. Beard, okay, got it. I mean, maybe if you named a dwarf that and then killed them and then didn't memorialize them, Tungdil. I don't have a hospital, so... George was very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He has a sense of duty, although he finds this can conflict with his sense of independence. He has little interest in joking around, and he is slow to anger. He tends to present himself modestly, and he tends to hang on to grievances. And he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this, as he dislikes the natural world. He occasionally overindulges and is trusting. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. Really. Also, the reason I'm not really digging down is because hell's only going to be like 1 or 2 layers down. He personally values independence and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes stibnite and aluminum and onyx and durian wood, green glass, and the color eggplant, figurines, and ocean sunfish for their size. The sound of the zephyr ringing, and when possible, prefers to consume earthworm and mead. Earthworm, mead, and quinoa flour. Not necessarily at the same time. And hates toads. He's tons of friends in the fort. And is a member of the Kobold denomination. That is a lot of friends. Dwarves have a lot of friends. Gotta say, they've got more friends than I do. Oh boy, here we go. Yep. There's always one. And then you fall asleep. There's always one. Well, shit. I mean, currently you're just very busy praying. But maybe when you're done praying and meditating, you'll go ponder. Because over here, Entropy is had an intellectual discussion with somebody and is now back to pondering disease. You people are sick. Is how I imagine this. He's still enthusiastic. He's very enthusiastic about his disease. Pondering. And had an intellectual discussion with this dwarf. Insect devourer and Entropy are having intellectual discussions about diseases. Don't worry, Ledoran. There's also elk that are infinitely headbutting on the surface, I think. Reindeer and elk, actually. And cows. They have horns. Sort of. I mean, there is a zombie duck. Okay, so now there is these boulders down here. I'm just gonna go here. Get you to build yourself a ramp out. I'm definitely letting her get out. Zat 200. If dwarves weren't such high priority in this fort, like keeping dwarves sane and alive, I'd consider just torching her. But this is about to happen, so here we go. Now we're just waiting for the third one, who seems to be a bit behind. Just stalling this a little bit. Oh, actually, I shouldn't get you pumping just yet. There's something else I need to do first. I should block this. It's okay, though. We can leave those two running. No, I was going to put a floodgate here. Which is probably done being built. Nope. Anybody making it? Nope. Where is it then? Do that first. Please. Actually, I don't need to do this. Just need to wait for this to clear, which isn't going to take long. But if you're asking what I'm doing with this, Urban Nomad, I'm not making obsidian. I'm making a magma forge. Not the most straightforward magma forge I've ever made, but I want to be able to remove this and put a wall here when I'm done with it, because steel is a very limited resource, so these steel pumps are actually kind of more valuable used individually one at a time than they are being mass-produced. So I am kind of going out of my way to reuse these. Just waiting for a little bit more. Like this one, or one of like these two, or like that. Maybe this. Just gotta wait for some more of this lava to disappear. Not that I've seen Tungdil. Although I haven't really gone out of my way to find glass, rather. That's important, Laya. Don't forget your meds, chat. This is almost placeable, but I don't think it's actually been made yet. I mean, it would be, certainly. But I've got, like, I brought with, yeah, no, this is dirt in this layer. I brought with a bunch of iron ore, so I've made some steel. So if I go up here and type in bars, I've got 68 iron bars. I just don't want to be chopping down trees constantly because it's a bit of a pain. What do you need? Got dolomite, siltstone. What is it? Skeletons, is that what you need, forest? Cut gems, what's next? Skeletons, of course it is. You mean the Wizard's Guide to Pulleys? Because it was two scholars. It was one who kept writing about why pulleys were good, and then another one that kept writing about why pulleys were bad. It was like doubting pulleys. The pulleys, a failure. Pulleys, a disaster. Pulleys, the calamity. Pulleys, pulleys and other calamities was another one that he wrote. Have you tried refreshing, Suited? Now I need to look at my own stream and see if it's in higher than 360p, because what the fuck? No, it's at 1080p. Try refreshing. I was very worried for a second there that my stream wasn't going out at all the resolutions it's supposed to. Also, chat, guess what? I was about to complain about daily minimum, but we actually cleared it due to residual resubs, so that's cool. Most days, we wouldn't be there, but we got there because I guess there's a couple tier 3s or something today that run through behind the scenes. Go get him, George. I actually have access to the higher than 1080p Twitch beta. I've just been too lazy to set it up. Let's go up here. Make this. Now apparently I need more rock mechanisms, which is easy because I can just make them out of dolomite. Which I'm gonna just place right here for a bit. Glass is a pretty good quality infinite resource, yeah, but in order to make higher value glass, you need coal. But if I liked the way green glass looked more, I would prioritize it more. But I haven't seen any sand on this map yet. But yes, sand is in fact an infinite resource, which is almost all of the resource you need to make glass. Okay, so we'll get that filled in. Then I just need mechanisms to get made up here. Sure. I mean, if you go to my main YouTube channel, Tungdil, and you look up the Fortress Fire Orb, that is the whole aesthetic of that fort. It was green glass and obsidian. And it looked great for a bit. And then after a while, I stopped being able to, like, see color. Like, it just started looking awful after a bit. So I kind of got tired of it, if that makes any sense. Like, it's not my least favorite color palette you could have in Dwarf Fort, but it's certainly not my favorite. Okay. So 360p randomly, I won't let you go back up. I wonder if that's like a phone. Actually, I have a question. Are you on an iPhone, Anander? Because doesn't Apple have like data limitation protections that like modifies apps to conserve data? I'll bet you that there's a setting involved with that. Uzul the Engraver has created Enol Sakat, a Dolomite Scepter, and offers it to the Strangled Weasel. This is a Dolomite Scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of yak leather. This object menaces with spikes of dolomite, siltstone, and fungi wood, and yak bone. On the item is an image of Marquise cut gem in dolomite. On the item is an image of an octagon cut gem in tower cap. On the item is an image of Tubal Orbs Blaze, the Dwarf in pyrite. I think I'm going to turn the enemies onto hard. Mostly because I want a siege to arrive. Because I think that would be funny. Let's give this to my manager. It's the manager's pencil. Who's this dwarf? Now you get to acquire something. And go back to praying. Doesn't appear that anybody is linking. Oh, is it because of the angle that it's at? It's gotta be because of the angle that it's at. Here I was hoping they could just go do this. We'll fix. Can enemies actually get to the fort now? Probably not, but it would be funny if they tried. Kumil, the Engraver, has given birth to a boy. We got our first baby. Isn't that? Look at that sweet lad. Says Daga. He wants to stab his mama with a daga. And I think his mama is yelling at somebody in charge. She feels fun is talking to a friend. Doesn't feel anything while crying on somebody in charge after giving birth to a baby. I guess that maybe Mayor was maybe the founder was the midwife or something. I mean, your aunt did die as an abominable smoke zombie baby. So, bugga. I agree, kiddo. You also have a cousin who's a dwarven child who also died. Shit. Your aunt and cousin. Road muted. Sometimes I also wish I could put the local roads on mute. The firstborn. You know, I'm going to call this baby's firstborn. See how long firstborn lasts. Because this is the first child born in the fort. It's the first child. Baby here has no ambition whatsoever. Sounds like a baby. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. Checks out. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he has little interest in joking around. He is a friendly individual, and he doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. Baby gasping is funny. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good baby. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that friendship is important and dislikes cooperation, naturally, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. I like this baby. Very relatable. Welcome to the fort, good baby. You're glad Dwarven daycare isn't a thing anymore? Dwarven daycare was when people would just throw all of the children in a fort into a single pile. And then throw meals in there occasionally because they were useless until being adults. Well, they've remedied that by simply making, like, children do chores, making them useful again, or useful as of version 50, instead of not being able to do any tasks until turning, I think it was 14, and then suddenly they just acted like any other dwarf. But earlier I was talking about how I don't like talking about old things that aren't relevant anymore because they just kind of make the community more unpleasant, but ay. What's up, elves? Welcome back. Okay, so let's pull this lever and get this thing flooded, shall we? It's time to make a proper forge. Why was I expecting to come back down here and just see this dwarf on fire? So we got this dwarf down here pumping, who's falling asleep. Oh no, thirsty, not falling asleep. Up to this dwarf who's pumping, who's then pumping it up into here. Thanks for gifting a sub. Punch, appreciate you. Yeah, well, I mean, thankfully those days are long gone, way behind us. Holy shit, 89 months? Sorry, whenever I see those, like, I'm getting terrifyingly close, King, to, like, 100 months. The longest someone could possibly have been subscribed to me is 98 months. And there's, like, 2 of them, 3 of them, maybe 4 of them at this point. I think Hobo's up there. Scares the shit out of me, man. Truly, it scares me. Time marches on? Most certainly it do. Let's get all this smoothed. I don't understand the question, Boop, in YouTube chat. In context of what? What is my fave what? There goes Lightning Roger.
$89 months. What face crypt beer?
Big number. Go Burr. Thank you very much for the 89th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. You know what also makes me feel old, King? Is TwitchCon is turning 10 this year. I went to TwitchCon too. So from what you're reading about glass, glass can be basically a permanent source of low-tier gems worth of value. That's noted. Yes, correct. Because raw glass is the equivalent of, like a rock gem value. Oh, trust me, going to TwitchCon these days would make you feel even older. Okay? Trust me. Going to TwitchCon would make you feel old these days. I felt so old when I went to TwitchCon Vegas. Like, holy shit. You would not start a massive glass production with magma kilns? Even with magma kilns, sorting out bags with sand can be a bit of a hassle, I find. Like, it's not as straightforward as a lot of other resources, but I would also argue that wood is an infinite resource. I would argue that. What color theme is my favorite in Dwarf Fortress? Quick, chats, what's your favorite color in Dwarf Fortress? Favorite color material? I like anything that isn't like, you know, your standard browns. I just get really tired when it's just... I don't like it when everything is made out of obsidian because it just kind of looks like a missing asset on my monitor. I've had some people say that on other people's monitors, it doesn't look like that. But I've only ever really looked at this game on my monitors, and like I can't see the definitions or the lines in it, so I don't really like obsidian. I don't like monocolors. As long as there's some color variety, I like it. But if I were to say a favorite, I really like kind of the beige, like sandstones and like chalk, those kinds of colors. Microcline's nice, yeah. I like rock salt, and I like hematite. I really like malachite, like the ores that aren't usually used as construction materials, because they look really nice. I think browns are good for walls, yeah. What do I think of stoneware blocks? It's like a gray-green. Probably fine. I can't remember the last time I had stoneware blocks. I almost never do stone. Actually, no, I did it in 1.4 once a while ago. Yeah, stoneware's fine. It's like a similar to whatever the uranium ore is called. I think. Yeah, there's a few where I'm just like, I remember this color, but I can't remember what the stone is called. All right, let's get these done. And then I can just deconstruct this and put a wall here. Because we now just got to go up here and dig this sucker down. And this gonna be where we put the forge. It's gonna be a good time. I'll tell you what. Oh, I really like the color, that material that we have in the community. In the community viewer succession for it. I really like that color. I can't remember what color it is. I just like that color. That's a good color. A+ color. Marcasite. Yes. Okay, I know which one you're talking about. Orpament's also really good. What usually ends up happening whenever somebody's just like, favorite colors, we all just start talking about all the colors that you never see. It's like, oh yeah, no, I get... And I kind of like that about Dwarf Fortress. It's one of the reasons I like playing with low minerals, is when you do like stumble upon a little bit of like malachite or something and you're like, oh fuck! Like day is made because you found some green. It's like... like dyes and things and like different colors like hundreds of years ago were super valuable because of their rarity, and it's like we've kind of almost artificially stumbled upon that again because there are just certain colors that are hard to find in this game. Killinite does have a good color, yeah. This is going to get forbidden as it goes, but that's fine. Hematite's maybe one of my favorite colors for furniture, actually. All right. Just making a pillar here as I can. All right. Now, while they dig, I have another ghost to deal with. Supposedly that patch is, like, coming out this week. Cat Fox was in chat saying that Dies and a Fix is coming out soon, TM, in the chat earlier. Which, I don't know what that means, but, like... Also, I've had a couple people in my YouTube comments section kind of mad that Tarn went off and worked on Dies. I get the feeling, based on his description of that mechanic, that that was just him on, like, a lark on a weekend, just, like, throwing a thing together as, like, a, oh, you know, I can expand this system really easily by doing... I don't think that he's worked on that for, like, weeks. I think that was just a little side project that he did because he was bored of whatever he was working on. No, of course he wasn't the one developing the Lewis stuff. The one developing the Lewis stuff was Putnam. He just helped get it into the main branch because he had to help integrate stuff. But no, the dye stuff specifically was something Tarn did. What on earth is with the levers? That's how dwarves get into the fort. The surface wants to kill you, YouTube chat. This is a pretty good example. This is what happens when you try to get into this fortress, is you get murdered by evil, abominable smoke zombies and Darkwing Duck, who killed a Titan. Also, when this duck dies, I'm going to be so fucking sad. Oh, no, absolutely, let her in. I'll be kind of honest. I'm fucking terrified of the changes to Dies. And the reason I'm fucking terrified of the changes to Dies is because Dye is already kind of a pain in the ass to manage in bags. And if there's no changes to the actual workflow, like, I hope it's something he's put a little bit more time into, because if there isn't any changes to the actual workflow yet, it is going to be a horrendously big pain in the butt to actually manage. So I'm actively, like, terrified of changes being made to Dies. I should actually get those crocodiles moved over here. Because Dies are one of those systems that I already don't, like, participate in all that much, because I find it slow and tedious. So I don't have any nobles in the fort, really. I have a bookkeeper, if you'd like to be Yushvir, but we don't even have a mayor. Dig to go. But if you'd like to be the bookkeeper, I could give you the bookkeeper. Yeah, that kind of too. Agalethian. That kind of too. Same vibe. Same feels. Yeah, I feel like there needs to be, like, a more straightforward of making stuff died consistently. Then who knows, Brian? Who knows? So Brian in YouTube chat says, what if some of the dyes are tied to the future magic system? Iron powder is to make thermite and thermite. Well, that's not mixtures. That's just making thermite. But thermite in real life, not just making red and blue colored pigments. Totally, yes. But I have no idea. Bookkeeper's perfect. Okay. Bookie boy. Bookie Dwarf McYushreer is Dig Duggo. Married to Dura. Has a meager study and modest quarters. He's hauling a siltstone mug. He's got a couple friends in the fort. And he is a private person. He's not a private person. Freely shares details of his life. Sorry, I got that backwards. He's not a private person and freely shares details of his life. He is prone to strong feelings of jealousy and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Is quite polite. And is quite ambitious. Tends to consider what ideas and abstractions over practical applications and doesn't focus on material goods. And he has a sense of duty. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Values honesty and finds artwork boring and dreams of mastering skills. Likes rhodolite and steel and rose quartz and green glass and kakapo leather as well as the color taupe. Tables, ducks for their quacks and boogeymen for their willful nails. Wait, what? Sorry, boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and the words of the willful nails, I missed a line, and the sound of the carmine musics, and the sight of the cardinal blossom, and when possible prefers to consume hard wheat beer, and hates toads, sorry Toady, and is a legendary stonecrafter, after creating Fashadoc, which I'm pretty sure is equipped to you, right? Yeah, Fashadoc is on your right hand, and it's a shale bracelet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of round shell cabochons and menaces with spikes of shale. So you've got your heavy arm bracelet signifying your task, and apparently you're in the military, which is interesting. Welcome to the fort. Time into more pottery glazes? He's talked about that more than once, actually. I mean, the running theory with Dwarf Fortress is Tarn would just develop whatever he was interested in at the time or felt like reading about. And there was like a hot minute there where he was talking about nothing but pottery on the developer page, so it doesn't really surprise me all that much. How can one hate frogs? Well, how can one hate anything? There's probably somebody out there that hates poodles. How do you hate poodles? They're funny dogs. Although, I watch a YouTuber named Post10. And Post10 often comments about how loud the tree frogs are, and at one point stated that he had to like get earplugs because the tree frogs were so loud. So, I don't know. I'm sure somebody could find a reason. Post10, for those of you who are unaware, is a guy who goes around in the middle of nowhere and unclogs drains. And then makes camping videos that I don't watch. But I do, in fact, watch him unclog drains on the regular. Whenever he's unclogging a drain, I'm there to watch. Oh, no, totally. I mean, so can snails. Like, there's a lot of fun, cool-looking animals out there that can absolutely be invasive. For sure. Tree frogs for breakfast? Tell me you're French without telling me you're French. And then down here, just going to block you some obsidian. Also going to need a way of getting rid of all this. Which I may actually just do this. Which is just going to drain all of this out. And also going to give a Forgotten Beast access to my fort temporarily. Yep, there it goes. This will slowly drain out. Actually, why don't I just do this instead? This would make a lot more sense. Let's throw a block over there. And then I can go down in here and get this out once all this is drained. And then we just plop a block right there, and then it's all safe. How are we doing today? Doing okay. Zavi, isn't it late for you? A while ago and it didn't show me live? I don't know, did you unfollow me or something? No, you didn't. I don't know. 2:20 a.m. Well, good morning. Am I running the lava through the ceiling? Nope, running it through the layer that it's on right now. I just dug down from the layer above. Okay, so now I'm just going to go through here and get rid of all these ramps. The exception of these, because I don't want... Whoops, nope, don't want those getting rid of. And then I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to make a magma smelter. I don't have enough fun colors. But all of this will get done pretty quick, I think. See minions at an accessible mission location on the map. Is there a question? Is there ways to get there eventually? No. If it's inaccessible, it's inaccessible. You have to settle somewhere that's closer to it so that it's accessible. It's not something that you can do once the fortress is completed, essentially. Once you've built the fortress, you can't make something accessible. Although boats have been one of the most requested, longest wanted, most desired things that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have yet. Speaking of, I'm gonna go be ballsy. I'm gonna go dig through these. Dig through all of this. Go get them, dwarves. Bob Murray, you have a new task. You're going to be my tree cutter. I'm sorry, giant mole grease? Is this Magma Man melting things near it? I think it might be. That's a concept to think about. Imagine just like sweating out your fat because you're too close to a magma man. Or a fireman for that matter. Talk about hot or not. Jesus Christ. Magma Man powered forge. I mean, I tried to, like, place the Magma Man somewhere, but the game was all like, no, you can't place it, so. I guess I should make some more cages. Also, I should check something. I don't have temperature off, do I? No, it's on. So, I feel like the Magma Man should be burning its way out of the cage then, shouldn't it? Or wait, hold on. No, it's still here. Oh, there's also a dead giant mole corpse here. Well, that's kind of grim. I'm also just going to deconstruct this. And place 2 different cage traps outside. Not a lot of tree down here, but once we get a little bit further out, there will be more tree. Adil, the engraver has been possessed. Another stone-based artifact, I presume? Back from baking and eating dinner, what'd you miss? Mostly me making a forge. Siltstone. See if they burst into flame? I mean, the dwarves aren't, and they're walking directly past it, so. I don't know what chickens would do separately. I feel like there's probably stuff on the Magma Man wiki. It'd also help if I put a space there. Magma Man. Hot temperature has an interesting effect, drying up water, submerged, blah, blah, blah. If they get rained on, they create steam if they get rained on. When they die, they leave a usable chunk of obsidian instead of any carcass, so that's interesting. Huh. They're immortal. They're a building destroyer level 2, which means they can rip doors off hinges. They can be caught in cage traps, however, if you use a wooden cage, it will slowly decay and eventually disappear, letting the Magma Man free to roam your fortress. And it's in a wooden cage. I'm presuming I can't move it to a different type of cage. I'm assuming it also increases the decay speed of the cage. Well, okay, so the cage hasn't decayed at all. For whatever that's worth. I want to try something really dumb. Just hold up, chat. I want to try something really dumb. The engraver has created Gusha Buffot, a silkstone neb. Who's Neb? And claims it is family and heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Meng Sizzled Odors. Okay, who's Neb? Neb is an instrument of sorts. It's a siltstone nib. While craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It's encircled with bands of round siltstone cabochons and dolomite cabochons. On the item is an image of a jumping spider and dolomite. A nib is a mid-sized handheld bone wind instrument. Oh. Okay. Consisting of a central wind chest, 7 cylindrical ceramic pipes, fitted with free reeds. The musician selects the pitch by stopping the holes, and the instrument has a 3.5 octave range. From low to a medium-high pitch. At all pitches, the instrument has an evolving timbre. I wonder. Or timbre. Nib. Nib pipe. Nib blowpipe. Nib wind chest. Oh, where's the craft store shop? Nib. Let's see if we can just make one. Trug? Box with tubes and reeds, yeah. We'll see. Anyway, so the silly thing I was going to do is I'm going to go underneath this, because this is an aquifer down here, so this will fill up with water. I wonder if I can create infinite steam. Okay, also, I'm just going to go here, undump this, forbid it and invisible it, forbid you and invisible you, because the dwarves don't seem to be able to occupy this tile. So what I am going to do is I'm going to put a floor grate right here. And some floor piece right here. Because I'm just curious about this, about what the result is, about water filling this up. I'm curious if steam's going to come up through here. Drunken sauna. Kind of. One of mine was a giant gold spiked ball. Oh, that's pretty good. Well, we'll just have to come back in a bit. Could also channel this down. Of an aquifer waterfall? Oh, it's a steamifer. Waterfall. I mean, it's also going to act as like, you know, a little, as an aquifer waterfall as well, but floor grate. Oh. Okay, so I've got 2 tiles of water now. Will it turn into steam? That is the question. It kind of looks like it may, because this is all considered hot. Yeah, Steam used to work the same way in Caves of Cud as it does in real life, where it would like burn your skin off. And if you were level 1, stepping into a cloud of steam was an insta-gib, like it would just kill you immediately if you touched steam. because it's the equivalent of engulfing your entire body in a chunk of steam, right? Which meant that hookahs were very fucking dangerous, by the way, because they used to output steam, which is very funny. But they actually patched it out of the game entirely. Like, they made steam, like, not damage the player character at all, because it was, like, way too easy to just randomly insta-gib yourself. Which, genuinely, I think is amazing, but I'm also very happy they patched it out. Okay, so let's just go up here and finally get around to building these nest boxes. I love that there's just like fucking cobwebs in the library. That kind of checks out, honestly. And then this, pen pasture. Now we're talking. Although, I should really put some ropes like here. Skeletonizing? Oh. It's like, what the heck's a skeletonizing? Yeah, like just instantly becoming a skeleton. So far, no beans. They don't seem super keen on replacing it. Here comes Crocodurkle number 1. It just means that one of your dwarves happened to be the descendant of, like, the monarch. That's really what that means. Yes, steam is in fact no joke in heavy industry in real life. This is very true. You're training the other one, which is semi-wild. Can you please train the other one? The other one's the one that needs it. I'd like to breed some cave crocodiles, game, please. Please? Do I have to butcher something? I can and I will. There you... Oh, no, you're gonna go weave some thread into silk. Well, fine. Then, don't. Did you set all the animals free, Zalvi? There was a billboard near a car dealership that makes funny signs that I like recently, which put up a sign which was, I left the kids at the zoo. I took the kids to the zoo last week. I went and checked in this week to see how they were settling in, which makes me rather amused. Although, I think the sign they had up this week is my favorite I've ever seen them have, which is Teslas don't have that new car smell, but they do have that Elon Musk. Which... A+. I found that one funny enough that I took a photo of it and sent it to my mom. Also, sorry, Hobo. Let's go this way, this way. Same horror with hydrogen fires. Oh yeah, no, hydrogen explosions. No joke, mate. I saw a... What? Cricket's been missing for a week, you say? Ooh. Certainly not impossible that they slipped into lava. But also not very likely. It's more likely something killed them. But there's like no combat log or anything. So who knows? Why am I like wanting to blame the Magma Man? It does also certainly work, by the way. See that? There's steam. So it absolutely works. This does in fact create steam. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Cricket. They're just missing. Oh. So I found Cricket's body. Hold on. Did you do it? No. Sure, I can save. Just give me a sec. Like, that doesn't look very missing to me. Actually, do I have any... Elfie, are you around? And can you refund that save the game? The game's gonna save in 8 days anyway, and it's been taking a while. I don't want to do it in extra time if I don't have to. Military? What military? You think I have a military? I don't have no military. That's very adorable of you to say. Thanks, Elfie. Actually, could you just disable save? Because I really don't need it active right now. It's only really relevant when the game is crashy, and it's certainly not at the moment. Although I am going to go tell this my military to go kill this cave crocodile if it doesn't get caught in a bin. Go punch the shit out of this crocodile, please. Cricket has been found dead. Jeez, I wonder. We're gonna have to make a hospital in a second. This was maybe not the best decision, actually. Don't you bleed out on me here, Dwarf. How many dwarves does it take to beat up a crocodile? More than necessary, apparently. Well, Crabapple finally got him. Well, it certainly wasn't the lava, let me tell you that. Let me just go over to the fort. I've needed to make a hospital for a minute, so it's kind of something I should have done a while ago. I don't know why the screen jumped there. Oh, because I moved up a tile, apparently. Let's just get rid of this. Unforbid that. Unforbid that. Work on this instead. Although they're all just running to go get drinks and such. Let's make Foul G my medical chief dwarf. Goog can be my surgeon. So you are a High Master Surgeon. Doctor can be Imush. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing with this stuff, but that's fine. Give it to Entropy for diagnosing, because you've been pondering disease. And this Carpenter can be our Bone Doctor. Got 2 dwarves coming to recover wounded. Phineas, thanks for the 62nd month.
Didn't I already get 62 months?
I don't know, did you?
HMMM.
I don't think you did. Maybe you did. You're hauling one. Dura's hauling the other one. Aquatic terrarium traps, and also doors that are called portals for some reason. I think I can count on one time that I've actually used aquatic terrarium traps. Let's do wooden splints. Wooden crutches. And wooden splints, wooden crutches, and wooden buckets. Because at the very least, we got tons of thread. That's a non-issue. Treatment. He needs cleaning. So we need buckets. Do I have a traction bench yet? Yes, I do. Got soap? Nope. Soap is maybe the lowest priority of all of this, unless they get infections, which they probably won't get. They'd have to sit there for quite a bit longer to get infections. But chat room, can I please get a big round of beers for Dr. Phineas with the tier 3 for 62 months? You guys have one job when you see a resub, and that's post a beer. Please and thank you. It's very important. But currently I don't even have any buckets, so buckets are priority numero uno. But let's do this. Make ash. Make ash. Make lye. Soap. I'm gonna have to make several different workshops on top of this to actually make this go through. So they won't have soap this time, but next time they will.
Not consecutive, but lucky 13.
Thanks for the 13th. Appreciate you, Googs. More beers where that came from. You don't have a sub no more? We'll all have our time, Star Legend God. You're still a Star Legend God in my eyes. But that's what Crypt Burr is for. I mean, as long as you follow the channel, you can use Crypt Burr. But only subscribers can use Crypt Burr outside of the stream. Will the goblins come? Not likely. It would be funny if they did. Feed them to Magma Man? No, they'll get fed to the duck on the surface. The evil murder duck from hell. Or just each other, actually. Oddly enough, if goblins show up on the map, I won't need to do anything. I just need to wait, and they'll just die. It's literally just a matter of time before they all just die. And then they'll probably actually leave the map and go home. Who wins in a fight, Ash Zombies or Magma Man? I don't think there's such a thing as Ash Zombies. Unless you're talking about the Pokemon trainer. I need an empty barrel. Of course I do. Then I need the barrel to be done. Come on, barrel. Oh. We also need a bucket. Well, I kind of figured we'd have at least a bucket by this point. Deep Space, what up, dude? You're running out of food the first month. Do you have guests? Is it in a stockpile? Okay, is the food in a barrel? Is the food in a stockpile? Do you have guests? Is it getting forbidden somehow? Is something stealing it, like IKEA? I totally missed that bucket shit. Come on. And same goes for terrifying mountain biomes. I don't know. I mean, if you're running out like instantly, that's a little weird, but there are no bugs that I am aware of that cause food to spoil quickly. I'd say this is most likely I hate saying skill issue, but most likely something that you're doing that you're not aware of. And I don't know how or what, but that would be my guess. Dark gnomes are in terrifying mountain biomes or evil mountain biomes. Gnomes are in good mountain biomes. Oh, there it is. I've acquired a sick in the bucket. Mod compatibility issue? That's also highly possible. But usually, like, food suddenly all vanishing at once is due to you forbidding it, so... Hope your dwarf lives or dies horribly. Well, you rescued an injured dwarf, so... So far off to a good start, I will say. Wait, are you no longer... Oh, shit. Entropy, get back to doing that. My dumb brain was like, you can do both of those. No, you can't. Go back to pondering, Entropy. Or don't. Just watch a bunch of engraving demonstrations. That is true, but only if they're set as pets, though, right? Deep space? I mean, it could be like a really weird case of vermin going absolutely haywire, but I'll be honest, I've never seen vermin cause enough damage to make any noticeable dent in any of my food stockpiles, so... I will also say, have you tried just, like, harvesting all of the surface food? We'll just call this wood logs. Get rid of all this. Load from you. All the wood. And then go here. Yep, perfect. Now I just need another minecart. With wooden barrels and fluffy ramblers, when I send a trapper to get dwarves, the cages like... With cages like 200 popped out of a bush. Oh, that's really funny. I've like never actually had either like my food production has always just been high enough that I've never noticed, but like I've never actually noticed a situation where there's been enough like vermin to make a noticeable dent in any of my food supply ever. Like not once have I seen that. So this should all just get drained into here pretty quick. And then I can shrink it down to just this. Yeah, I'd like to know what is going on once you actually find the problem. You want to see some duck action? I don't want them to kill my duck, though. That duck is very personally important to me. Also, we have crocodile soap now. Just an FYI. So we do, in fact, have soap now in the fort. Dwarves are making ash into soap. And then making crocodile soap. Those crocodiles can cry crocodile tears. I'm also going to go up here, and I'm just going to go 1, 2 wood furnaces. And just so that this area doesn't look entirely uniform, I'm actually going to put some walls around some of these. It was getting a little bit too uniform for my taste. And someone's going to ask me what's the purpose of doing this. And it's like, well, not doing that looks fugly after a bit. Oh. So apparently Sir Vinx the Moist lost his arm. Which was why he almost bled to death, which is a valid reason, by the way. That's a pretty brutal injury to obtain. Like, that's pretty brutal. But, you know, is now out and also needs new cloaks. I should queue up cloaks as an annual thing. So I don't think those are currently... No, it's robes that aren't. Although I should just, like, increase the number of these in general. Let's make silk robe. Silk loincloth, because I've got no shortage of silk. Do those yearly. Yearly. Well, I guess that we can say you're in the armless now, because you're no longer in the army. Vix the Armless. I'm actually going to change your title from Vix the Moist to Vix the Armless. Sir Vix the Armless. It's better than being aimless. I'm sure your aim is still just fine. You're just armless now. And let's also go up to here and make charcoal. Pig iron. And steel. So we're going to make 50 charcoal, 25 pig iron, 25 steel. Sir Vix the Disarm. You've been disarmed, that's for sure. No, equip it with a crossbow. No, he's gonna load it with his teeth. He'd load it with his teeth, obviously. Like any proper dwarf would. I mean, how else would you expect a dwarf to load a crossbow? With their hands? Don't be silly. That's ridiculous. Such assumptions as that. Absolutely ridiculous. An engraver got bit by a cave spider. Wait, what? Oh, man. I thought I completed that. Did I miss one? No, I completed this one. I missed a guild hall, and I don't know what it was, but the game just told me I abandoned it. Whoops. That wasn't intentional. So, as you can see here, I've got a lot of Yakbone Neb blowpipes. Make instrument. Make gutted? I know what that is, but I will make one. Assemble neb. Question is, what workshop is that? Maybe it's a stoneworker shop. Nope. Smelter? Probably not. Mechanic? Neb. Nope. Certainly not a kitchen. Let's just try and assemble 10 nebs and see what where nebs are made. Am I missing regular neb pipes? That's not what it said. Requires neb. Oh, wait, hold on, you're right. So wait, where are neb pipes made then? Nope. Ah, it is a kiln. I don't think I have any usable clay on this map. Nope. Well, I do have fire clay. Is that, I can never remember if fire clay is usable. It is. Nifty. Well, I can make kilns. Although I will tell you this. Does fire clay need bags? It's been so long since I've done clay with non-kilonite clay. I actually don't remember. It's just considered a stone boulder. That's what I thought. Well, we're gonna make some neb pipes. Yeah, I was so stressed out about getting out from the surface that I completely spaced on the fact that this map has clay. Requires clay boulders, yeah. Well, collect clay. Let's just say 50. We'll just, I don't know, do that month. Well, that seems a bit much. Let's do that seasonally. And then this can just be for clay. Well, I mean, I'm not exactly short on boulders, Tungdill. But it's not useful, that's for sure. We've also got our steel industry back up and running. It's also going to mean a lot of very slow hauling. Also going to go over to here and get rid of this. Still making charcoal. Let's actually do another round of ash and lye. Make ash. Make lye. Soap from tallow. Make Neb pipe. I actually have a makeable instrument. Is there any ghosts? Not that I'm seeing. Neb. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna nebble all these nuts. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just very used to dealing with Killonite, as I feel like that's always why I end up making clay. Also, this is probably a reason why I deal with clay a lot less since premium, is this is what clay looks like. All right? This is what fire clay looks like. That stands out a little bit more to me as fire clay. And it used to be an even darker red. Now it's like kind of an orange. But it's a much brighter color than it used to be. Whereas, like, that doesn't ring to me as fire clay. Nepotism. Is a Neb player a nebotist? Never gonna give you. Never gonna let you down. Ah. It's a shame it's so far away, but hey. Is what we got. At the very least, they'll be able to run them back and forth with a wheelbarrow. Although, actually, what I need to do is I just need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe, and then just make 10 more wheelbarrows. That's really what I need. I'm not going to build a chute, no. I'm not willing to accept any risk. I could make a minecart route for it, but I'll just make a bunch of wheelbarrows and just get them to run them whenever they're made. I do that a lot too. I just don't even bother making it into clay and instead just use it as a construction material. I might do a minecart route actually. Just push a minecart. This is one of those things where minecarts are actually quite useful. Because it's not actually that far. Although I would have to take it through an aquifer, which is kind of a pain in the ass. I don't know. Maybe I'll make a chute. I don't know. Seems unnecessarily difficult or dangerous, rather. Stoneware. Someone was asking me about stoneware blocks earlier. Let me just do this. Stoneware. Oh. Clay brick. I guess that would count as clay brick. Yes, it does. Except I'm going to go up to here and say only one shop can do that, because the rest are all collecting clay. So one of these three is going to make bricks. Yeah, dwarves are a bit too valuable in this fort to really risk stuff like that. Like, I've kind of gone out of my way to keep this fort safe. And because I've gone so far out of my way to keep this fort safe, it seems a bit redundant to, like, you know, put dwarves at risk. Steel bars. So I got 15 steel bars. I'm going to do steel spear, steel shield, steel helm. Do 5 of each. And then this squad is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll do 6 of each. I lied. 1, 2, 3. That'll be enough to get that squad training. So at the very least, we'll have like an anti-Forgotten Beast defense squad. And we're making them bricks. Neb. Okay, so where is Neb's assembled? Where is Neb's assembled? He asked, and nobody answered. Neb. Assemble Nebs. I assume it's a crafting workshop. I thought that the job was already queued up, but it's not. I'll just wait. Go give the orders to assemble Neb. I want to watch a dwarf make a Neb. Oh, you didn't actually... Grr. You know what? I don't even care. Go away, Neb job. Oh. Requires Neb wooden chest. Why am I doing this to myself, chat? Neb whip. Well, we'll find out in a moment what the heck a Neb wind chest needs. I don't know why I think it's literally just because they're called Nebs. Neb sounds like the name of it. It does kind of sound like a... Neb seems like the thing that the dwarves would name the goblin they don't like. Neb! Where's my juice? Seems to be a craft store shop. So they're cancel making Neb wind chest, because clearly I don't have the materials for it. Apparently we do have the materials for it, then... What? I don't get. Cave crocodile mangled bone. It was there for a second there. Is it literally just bones that it needs? Okay, now somebody's assembling a Neb. Bubmer is now assembling a Neb. Our first instrument maker person. He's gonna go grab the Neb pipe. And is now assembling a Neb. We've got a stoneware Neb pipe, a cave crocodile bone Neb wind thunk thingy, and a Neb blowpipe. So it's made of clay and bone. What's a vote gremlin? It is a meme from 2020 that happened in this chat about wanting to elect a gremlin mayor. That's what vote gremlin is. And it was a thing started in my chat by my chat. Shoutouts to Diamond, who I think said it first. Gremlinformayor.com exists because of that. and has stayed live as far as I know. That's what Vote Gremlin is. It's a running joke that has stuck. Are gremlins in DF? Yes, watch my video on gremlins. Somebody link my video on gremlin. Good old Gremmy. My last fort had a gremlin in it. Any tips on starting to play? Find a Discord server where you can ask questions and check the wiki whenever you get lost, or search for YouTube tutorials, and focus on one mechanic at a time because this game can be overwhelming. I recommend starting with farming. Boop in YouTube chat. The fortress attracted no migrants this season. Well, that's a grim tiding. Anybody want to bet how many kills that Forgotten Beast has on Crundles now? It was over 100 the last time I checked. And I just saw it killing some more. And every time I look at the combat logs, it's killing more. But it also disappears quite a lot. So we'll have to wait for it to appear again. It's not currently on the map where it's visible. Entropy is still stressed, but is still enthusiastic about pondering diseases. Wants to acquire something, yada yada. You should probably type in exclamation point tickets to see how many you have before you type in a random number. Adra the Metal Outlaw, it's good to see you. Like everything when I don't wear my glasses to say that varying wildly between focus. I'm looking like I'm varying wildly between focus, am I? Not currently. Was the camera going? I actually was trying to film something the other day on this camera and couldn't figure out why the camera kept going in and out of focus, and then realized that there was like a speck of dust in the middle of the lens. But I don't know, is it still doing that? Twitch nukes the resolution when you tab away. Or you like, but when I tab away or when somebody else tabs away? Like, hold on. Like, is the resolution nuked right now? I'm really out of... Hold on a second. No, I'm not. What? Unless it's like the resolution of the stream going down, but I don't get it. Like I'm a little orange looking, but that's because of the color of the light. Not streamer? Then what do you mean? I'm very confused because like there's some sort of technical problem happening that I'm not familiar with. I don't think I need this many nebs. How many nebs am I making in total? Oh, they're almost done with the nebs. Well, that's good. Now they're just collecting clay. Making steel over here. All right, you put down your pickaxe. You are a pretty talented militia dwarf. So I will say, put down your pickaxe. And I will put a barracks out here. I will set this squad to no orders. And let them go equip whatever they got available to them. And here, it's going to get some paving done. All right. Should be fine. Foul G, I'll give you a pickaxe. Cervix the Armless, you can have that. Pebble the Broker, you can have that. See what you go grab. Thanks, Gertha. I did in fact ask for that. And there you go. Coming out with that steel pick. Got dwarves with bronze and the steel pickaxes. Got some more steel gear coming along. We're forging a steel helm right now. Why is this map worse? Yes. Simply put, you go to the surface, you die. That's basically it. The surface turns everything into these opposed-to-life nightmare monsters, but unlike normal evil biomes, it's unpredictable and the game gives you no warning. Normally the game gives you some semblance of warning, meaning I had to do like a dozen plus re-embarks to successfully settle on the surface, and getting dwarves into the port fortress is almost impossible. But the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes-ish of that video will explain why this map is so bad. Also, alongside of the tutorial mode, because YouTube chat is talking about getting into Dwarf, there is a page on the wiki called the Getting Started Guide for Fortress Mode. That is maybe like your best text guide if you prefer text guides. Not maybe, is your best text guide if you prefer text guides. And then let's get them training right here. Because I think they're going to go right here to train. But you're going to finish forging that steel spear. And then you're going to go off to a training session. That's actually pretty badass for a little squad. You know, just the robes, the spear, the shield, and the helmet. Like, obviously, like, they could have better armor. They could be more armed. But for where we're at, considering this is a map with no metal and we had to import that, we had to bring that here ourselves, that's pretty good, I say. How are we doing on leather? 13. Backpack. And flask. Can't make flasks out of woods, can I? No, I can't. It's never been bugged. People just don't understand how it works. Space pants. Especially if you're talking about shoes. But I'm not familiar with any bugs with wearing uniforms over clothing. If you're talking about shoes, works as intended. Always has. If there's something else, then I'm not familiar. Sensory nerve damage. We should swap you out for somebody else then. You want to learn something. You want excitement. You want to fight. Seems good. I mean, if you're talking about like shoes over clothes, I mean, if you want them to be able to wear shoes, you go to, well, details, click this button, replaces clothing, and then click confirm and save with a new name, and then assign the whole squad to it. They'll replace their clothing, but you have to make sure that you have full sets of armor. So I'm not sure what issue you're running into outside of that. That's usually what people refer to as bugged, but that's not bugged, that's working as intended. It's unclear, yes, but it is working as intended. Yeah, no, that is the issue, is it's very unclear. It's not, the issue isn't that it doesn't work. I get a little terse when I see people referring to things in Dwarf being bugged when they're not, though. Oh, that's cool. Blue 11. Blue 11 in YouTube chat says that they're working on Lua. Or learning Lua. You know what I would love to see? I'd love to see somebody figure out a way of modding better tutorials into Dwarf Fortress using Lua. Here's the thing. Quogre. Don't recommend that book anymore because, one, it's over a decade out of date. And two, because this exists. And is up to date. You know, it's got all this nonsense. There's some green on this, getting green screened out, but, you know, the book isn't opaque. So, don't bother recommending that book. Because there's a new one. And I'm not just saying that because I'm in the credits for this one, but... I will say that I am in the credits for it, though. It's on Fangamer, I think. It's the location of it. Let's do steel. Breastplates. Steel gauntlets. Steel greaves. No. Hope you enjoyed it. It's pricey on Amazon. Everything's pricey in 2025, mate. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to, like, comment on this because I do think it's good, but, like, a lot of this information can be attained from the wiki. It's more of a collector's item if you want it in a physical book, but it is pricey. It's also got, like, all of your stone uses and stuff in it. Like, it is nifty. It's a really neat little thing. But I wouldn't have bought it unless they just sent me a copy, which they did. So Is biased. Take that with a grain of salt. I didn't pay for this. $70? Is this thing even officially listed on Amazon, or is it a reseller? Because as far as I know, Fangamer doesn't sell their stuff on Amazon. At least not in Canada. Yeah, this seems like they've priced it up on Amazon. Yeah, it's $32 on... It's probably somebody just fucking drop shipping it. Here, I'll give the official link in both chats because people are asking now. Also, for an extra $5, they have this thing, which is literally just a notebook for clarity's sake. But for this plus $5, you can get that. So, which is maybe actually not the worst price for this, but, you know, this is the actual thing. It's a Dwarf Fortress themed notebook, okay? It's not just any notebook, it's an expedition leader's journal. I don't know why anybody would actually use this, but if you're that person, I kind of wish it was just a multi-ringed binder, but, you know. Also, for clarity, they didn't pay me anything. They just sent me the copy. And I'm in the special thanks section because they used my videos as reference. Sure, there's some legal reason I need to say that. I mean, sure. You still can do that. I don't know why you would use that notebook for that. I mean, you could just go buy a paper journal for like $1 at the dollar store. Okay, maybe like $3 at the dollar store. And then, like, I have one of those journals. They sent me one. I would feel bad using it because I would feel like I was wasting it. You know, I'd feel like I was ruining it. But I'm also not the target audience for that, so I'll acknowledge that. Exactly, tongue dill. That's where I'm at. It's like I don't want to screw it up. Like I could just go buy like a grid paper notebook pretty easily. Okay, entropy. How are you feeling in the military right now? We're satisfied while teaching dodging. I put entropy in the military because I thought maybe like them being able to practice a martial art would help like clear some of their needs because they do have some unsatisfied needs, but. Forged steel breastplate. Let's watch these. You put on a truly splendid item. Oh, is that your new undies? Satisfying a lot of needs to acquire stuff by simply letting them put on underwear. 'Tis a good time. Also over here making bricks. Also going to do that. And I'm going to do this. but you'd rather have food right now. I feel like food is probably more important than that notebook. Like I said, you could also print off the wiki. Like, the wiki is a very similar wealth of knowledge, and it's free. Not to devalue the work they put into that book. They put a lot of work into it. Like, it's a really, really nice little item. It's just, it's kind of a lot of money for what it is. That's all. Just trying to make this as clear as possible. But anyway, the O'Reilly book is very out of date. That's was the whole basis of this, is the O'Reilly book is out of date. If you want something that isn't out of date, that is up to date. Mostly. Soon it won't be. Also, the wiki can't get out of date because people are updating it. Is there a way to automate clothing production? This is how I do it. Silk is automatically harvested in this fort, and you click this, and I just say, restarts have completed, checked yearly, so once a year they recomplete it. As far as being fancy about it, you could say, restarts if completed, if less clothing than, if amount of trousers is less than 10, make trousers once a year, or more frequently than that. There's lots of ways you could do that. I also usually set my refuse stockpiles to take old clothing, so any damaged clothing that isn't owned is automatically put into a refuse stockpile, which makes them disintegrate at 400 times the speed, which, believe it or not, is fast enough to make them disappear in about a year, as it takes hundreds of years. So if you just have a decent-sized refuse stockpile, it'll just degrade automatically on its own. No, but the wiki requires electricity to run, which probably requires burning trees in some societies. I don't know why that's a sadly thing. I guess because you're making elf jokes, but I don't know. I don't find that. I guess as somebody who's lived through forest fire season, I don't find that particularly funny. But hey, I see the humor in it. You didn't know about the refuse stockpile thing? What, that it degrades faster? It was actually a really big problem. The everything stockpile used to include refuse when Steam first launched. But yeah, if you just go here and you go, where? Do that. Oopsies. And then I usually just say like lower quality stuff so you don't upset anybody. And then just whatever cloth you want. So let's just say silk, because that's mostly what I have. And silk, leather, yarn. And then just unpause, and then anything that's like lower quality that needs to be got rid of will get thrown up there. Although then you do need to note, which I just forgot about and only just remembered, you then need to go in and then remove bins. Otherwise, they'll also throw bins in there, which will degrade your bins, which is a bit of a problem. At least I think that's a problem. Entropy seems to be enjoying this, but maybe not enough to actually improve his mood. I mean, I'll say this. If you just want a Dwarf Fortress book to put on your shelf, this ain't a bad one. Like, if you want it just as a souvenir, this is a pretty decent little thing. But I would say stick it on your holiday wish list more so than go out of your way to buy it, especially if you already know how to play the game. I'm trying to help you guys be responsible with your living, okay? I know plenty of you already are irresponsible with throwing money at me, so... be somewhat responsible. God damn it. Menu. There we go. And then I'm going to say uniform worn or the clothing, and we'll say this full metal. Confirm and save. And since... Oopsies. This dwarf now has all this available, they can also go dump their clothing. I need to spend some time with family. I'm lonely. Do you even have any family here, or did they die? You don't have any family here yet. Well, hopefully they make it here and don't die in the process. And then they wear everything. So as the next one becomes available, or as more boots become available, then I can get more dwarves doing that. But first you're going to go snooze. All right, chat. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 45 minutes. I'll be honest, this kind of snuck up on me. I didn't realize I'd been streaming this long. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to redeem the name something thing for the first name I see in YouTube chat that doesn't have a dwarf who's been chatting for a bit. So I'm going to give a dwarf to Thomas McManus in the YouTube chat. What kind of dwarf would you like, Thomas? Beard or no beard? Any preference? You said a work order to make more bins if they throw one away. It could work, but it wastes more wood. Yeah, it's just kind of a waste of materials. Now this dwarf is mostly naked. Although actually just shirtless and shoeless. Runs down here. Grabs their gear. Well, grabs a shoe. Singular. I think I'll give this dwarf to Thomas. McManus tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and has a sense of duty. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, but he does need to go to sleep, it seems. He's not entirely proud of his talents or accomplishments, and he doesn't handle stress well. Well, good luck. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and isn't given to fights of fancy. He tends to be speaking. He begins speaking in a monotone whenever he's angered. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally values artwork and values good craftsmanship. And dreams of mastering a skill. He likes malachite and tin and gray chalcedony, as well as green glass, wolverine leather, and the color fuchsia. Crescents and doors and rings and flasks and donkeys for their stubbornness, and the giant sponges for their squishy texture. And words of the lilac of embracing and the sight of the saffron of trotting, and when possible, prefers to consume flying squirrels, specifically, and hates spiders. And the game decided to save. So, that was very bad timing for the save, because I was about to quit. Chat room, I've been streaming for almost 9 hours, and I'm hungry. So I'm gonna go now and make me food. Once game done save, I will save game. YouTube chat, if you want to raid somebody and see somebody new, tune over here to the Twitch side of things. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. We'll continue this silly fort and hopefully make some progress on the contraption, because I fixed the moods, and I'm very proud of that. We've gone from like some very upset dwarves to almost no upset dwarves, just some kind of meh dwarves. But I'm trying to make up a little bit for lost time last week. This week, the stream week will be short. I would like to preface that above everything, because I will be going to a wedding this weekend. If you haven't seen it yet, not the wedding, if you haven't seen it yet, I did put an interview up with Putnam, which is currently linked in the Twitch chat and is now also linked in the YouTube chat. Please go leave a like on that and a comment on that if you haven't yet, because those videos are hard to promote and push people to watch. But yeah, I'm going to my little sister's wedding this weekend, so I will be MIA as of Friday. But you will get the normal 3-stream week, so at least things are going to be mostly normal. Then the following week, next week, I will be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, and then not Thursday because I will be traveling for like 6 hours to go to an eye doctor's appointment because that's the life I live, and then going camping the following day. So I'm going to be having a short week next week. I might stream on Monday to make up for it, but I'm not entirely positive how any of that's going to work. So there's a lot of things up in the air the next couple weeks. I apologize for that, but that is the current status. All right. With all that said, now that everybody's on the same page, YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. I do want to say a quick thank you, though, for tuning in and hanging out and taking the time to chill in the chats and babble with us. Hopefully, yeah, I'll be honest, I've been streaming on 2 platforms now since 2023. It's actually still hard for me to read 2 chat rooms simultaneously. So, like, it's not I dislike